Morning, 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 morning. Morning, morning, morning. Oh yeah, you. Firebot, attend to me. Oh, do you know what? I need to get rid of Nightbot. Nightbot's still coming in the chat. Anyway, right. Yana, morning. Morning, morning. How you doing? How's it going? Get rid of you. Or not get rid of you. Get rid of you? There we go. Get rid of you. Kitty, good morning. How you doing? How's it going? I need... What do I need? Yeah, I know the area you live could do with some wind that blows nicely to get the warmth humidity out your flat. We've had some wind, but I get that. Yeah, trying to get it actually flowing through the apartment is a whole other matter, innit? The rain has finally stopped here. It's taken a while. We've had rain for like 2 days straight, and it finally stopped overnight. But we had a lot of wind. We had a lot of wind before the rain. Oh, did I merge that with the wrong thing? What a donut. What a donut. There we go. There we go. Right. That now makes more sense. Good. Good. You saw something this morning about painter Caspar David Friedrich. I don't know who that is. Let's Google it. One of us, one of us, one of us. Shifty. Thank you very much, Shifty. Thank you very much, sir. How you doing? Oh, he does nice stuff, doesn't he? Lots of nice landscapes. That's cool. A little bit. Good morning. Morning. Oh, you twerp. Wrong layer. Thought those looked a little light then. There's a reason those look light. It's because they were on the wrong layer. Do them on the right layer. Go better. Through a link to the episode. Cool. Cool. Showing out the infrared for I did the draft. Nice. Shifty, you're extremely tired. You slept about 4 hours. You're just hoping to get through the work day. Oh god. Okay. Well, good luck with that, Mr. Shifton. How am I doing today? I'm doing alright. I've got an idea of what I want to try and do today. We'll see how long that idea lasts. But having an idea of what I want to do, it's half the battle. Translate to English, yes please. Translate to English. Sure, yeah. It available. Okay, I presume that means available from. I don't see a way to play that thing, unfortunately. It tells me it's 37 minutes. But I see no way to play it. can also see it's available. But yeah, no, unfortunately I don't think that's what I could watch. Oop. Oh, it's gone on the wrong screen. One sec. We'll be back in just one moment. As soon as we re-plug in this cable. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. A dude yesterday gave you a nice idea how to draw more storm clouds. Okay. Yeah, I like it. I like when experimentation's great when it gives you an idea. That's why it's great to do doodling, or just do stuff that's not meant to be something, because then you end up going, oh, well, hello. Screen. Mr. Screen. Hello. Identify. Detect. Detect the third screen. There. There's the third screen. There's our third screen. Here it comes. Here it comes. Oh, Shifty. I realise you might not be. If you don't want questions, you don't have to answer anything right now. If you're still just maintaining just being a eyes open mode, just in case it's just a case of eyes open, all power to visual sensory devices. Remove power from brain. Brain not required right now. Just eyes. How are you finding your Red Dead Redemption? Because I had a few when it was on sale. I had a few people suggesting potentially buying it. I know you've not done like your stream playthrough yet though, but I think you've done some offline playthrough though, right? Not that I'm intentionally Steam stalking you, but Steam does like to tell me everything you do. I haven't gone back to it yet. Ah, okay. I wasn't sure how much you played of it or not. You're saving it for stream to avoid off-stream fair dues. Fair dues. But you're also looking at the RP side. Yeah, I think I saw you talking about looking at the RP side of it. I wasn't. I just wasn't sure how much you'd played offline. That is one of the curses of the streaming, though, isn't it? You're kind of there going, I want to play this game, but I also need to play it on stream. especially when it's like story heavy. I was thinking yesterday. Like I need to when I was doing the peasant militia, I was thinking about maybe trying to formalize like a gnome version. Like I wanted to do like a proper gnome rather than a cartoony gnome for a while. And I think I said before, kind of like the proper, well, sorry, the saltmus will probably have to be a bit different to the cartoony gnomes. Though I want to keep them as close as possible. But I am conscious about like things like them just actually being able to walk. Like being able to walk is an important thing. So we'll see. We'll see. But that's partly what I'm trying to get out of my head today. Did I not just copy that? Wait. Oh, did I cut? Oh, maybe I cut. Maybe I cut rather than copied. So yeah, so part of my goal is to try and get, it sounds stupid because we're in a fantasy world, is to try and get a more realistic looking gnome, I think is what I'm trying to go for. Which is why I'm saying, like, it might not be able to stay exactly as it does in the more cartoony version, because the cartoony version doesn't really need to worry about things like whether the legs can bend. And then yeah, if I can get a more formalized view of how these guys would look in the world, I might actually just properly separate out the gnomes and the saltmus. If I get this more laid out how I want, I might just stop referring to the gnomes being in the world and just refer to the saltmus going forward. Possibly. I don't know. I don't really need to do that, but just to kind of show, or kind of like reinforce why they would look a bit different when I do like the cartoony version. So if I do that, I really need to sort out having a proper name for Gnome World. Because if the gnomes aren't going to be in it, makes no sense to call it Gnome. Well, it makes even less sense to call it Gnome World. Shifty, you love to take this template and try to layer the image together with the photo. And you could have this template. There are other templates. There are other templates available. I think. Do you know what? Now I've said that out loud. Did I ever actually do that thing in the past? Did I ever do that thing in the past? I don't know if I did. He says. Of course you can pick those things up. Did I never put them up? I don't think I ever put them up. I never put them up. Oh my god. I've worked on the basis that... Do you know what, Shifty? Thank you. I know it was not your intention, but thank you. I thought I put something on my Kofi page probably a year ago. Oh dear. Oh dear. Where's that later on? Do you know what? I might do there. Wait, no, there they are. There they are. I remember taking them down. I remember taking them down. I just never put them up again. What a twerp. What a twerp. Hang on. Sort those out. Sort those out. One sec. Just to clarify, they're free. They're free. Let's see if the... What a dick. What a dick. I'm doing this now because then I can just not forget it. So, do you know what, Shifty? Hey, Shifty, here we are right now. So, yeah, you were thinking about doing some photo mashup? You think about doing some photo mashup, Shifty, were you? Well, it just so happens you can already do that anyway, can't you? Because over... if you obviously not checked out my shop, Shifty, but there's free packs over there. There always has been. There's always been free packs over there, Shifty. I don't know why you've not. They've been there for at least a year. What? I am. It's amazing that I wake up in the morning. It really is. It really is, with my level of organisation. Anyway, there you go. Those are over there. Do you know what the worst bit is? That means I've got others that I need to put on there. Is that what today's going to turn into? Maybe we're abandoning this. We might be well, I say abandoning it. It started. But there's other things that are meant to be on there. God's sake. God's sake. Right. Anyway, it's meant to be like 2 or 3 other packs on there, and I've just forgotten all of them. Goyle over on the YouTubes. Hello. How am I? Not great right now, because I've just found out that something I thought I'd done a year ago I hadn't done. There are times where I just absolutely hate myself. Is this here? Is this here just ready to go? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you just ready to go? Right, hang on. What's in these packs? What is even in these packs? Should I check what's in these packs? What's in them? I don't even know what's in them. 4 known variations. They're design boards and line art. Is this one right here ready to go? Fantasy Pack 3. Fantasy Pack 3. Never even went... What are you? What are you? Are you line arts? Is this what you are? You look like you're line arts, don't you? Alright, and then what's that? Well, those 2 don't need to be in there. Right, try again. Try again, get it done. You can't... It's fine. We do that. And then we do that. Is that ready to go? Sure. Let's have a brand new... Let's put a brand new thing on the shop as well, because, you know... I mean, when I say brand new thing, obviously, I mean thing that's been there the whole time. So stupid. So stupid. So, I intended to put these up here just as like freebie things, with the thought process that people might make them, might do stuff with them, which would be kind of cool. Only common. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Stop it. Stop it. Where's that? Let's put that away. Let's grab that. Grab you. Grab. Oh god, is that actually right? Fighter, paladin, rogue, wizard. Do they say the same thing? Barbarian. Oh no, I need to know which classes are in this one. Alright. Sorry. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. What is in this pack? This pack is Druid. Because I even did a 40k one. I did a 40k one, which was also going to go up there. Did that one go up there? No, because I've just forgotten to do everything. This needs give me oh, did I do that? What am I doing? What am I doing? So put that one up there. There we are. A little bit free beer things. Not free beer. No, no. I'm not rich enough to do free beer. That's not an option currently. I never say never. Never say never. But that's not currently an option. Can I take all of you? Can I put you... Where are you meant to go? Categories. Add categories. Oh, there we go. Oh, I can just do that. There we go. Beautiful. Embedded media. No. Should we just get... There we go. Oh dear. Alright. Okay. I mean, Shifty, you know, if you've been really paying attention, you'd see that there's at least 3 packs there. You know, if you've been watching these things. There's at least 3 packs. At least 3 packs. Now, why did I never put up the 40k one? What was missing from the 40k pack? We had the AdMech. The AdMech was there. The... Oh wait, is that why? Is that why? Do I need to re-upload that? Hold on. Hold on. Gotcha. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, I'll tell you what, we'll come back to the 40k one at another time. not worry about the 40k one right now. So I just need a PA. That's what I need. I need a lot of money so that I can just have a PA that just keeps me on track. Do you know what I should do? Do you know what I should do? And I know people will hate it. But what I should probably do is I'll download what's that Grok companion called now? I know people are doing nefarious things with it, but I'd probably actually use it for its intended purpose. Can you keep track of things and just sort out my itinerary? Do you not want me to whisper sweet nothings in your ear? No, I just want you to organise my diary. That's what I need you to do. I haven't really, to clarify, I haven't really looked at it close enough to even know exactly what it is. I'm just seeing people getting annoyed about it on the internet, which doesn't really help me because people get annoyed on the internet about everything. So I've seen people apparently are like breaking it to do things that are not, you know, not appropriate for polite society. It confused the shit out of it. I'd just be like, no, I just need you to remind me to post things on social media. And if you potentially know how to do video editing, that would be fantastic. Shifty, you try to remember to write stuff down, then to remember to look at the list. See, so I am my own worst enemy with that kind of stuff, absolutely. Because when I used to be in the office, when I used to work in an office, I used to write things down on post-it notes. And then those post-it notes would go on my monitor, and so my monitor would have post-it notes all over it. Fortunately, enough people did it in the office that no one really, you know, there'd be a few people who would take the piss out of you for doing it, but enough people did it in the office that it wasn't too bad. Then when I started working from home, I thought it'd be a great idea to go digital. I was like, yeah, no, I'm just going to use Notepad. I'm going to use Notepad for all that stuff. And that was kind of my downfall, because the problem is I have to remember to open up the notepads, and I just don't. But, like, I don't know. I don't know, I can't work it, maybe, I don't know. I know, I was about to say it's streamer brain, but I don't know if it is. Some of it is streamer brain. It might just be massively increased by streamer brain. For anyone who's got no idea what I mean by streamer brain is literally that the moment you hit stop streaming, just your brain just kind of tries to go into like think of it, other things mode, and you just forget everything that happened on stream. I can't remember, where do I normally bring down these guys' ears to? The ears, yeah, the ears do normally come down a little bit to their mouth. So we can just bring out the lobe a bit. Make the lobe a bit more. finish off the head, didn't I? It's very clearly not finished. So, compare that. So what I might do is I might make their bodies a bit smaller. Give them a bit more leg. Give them a bit more leg, because their bodies... Why don't we just grab one of the line arts? We just grab a line art and go, hey. Wow, is this not done as an alpha layer? That's not good. Yeah, they are way shorter, aren't they? Well, sorry, no, they're not way shorter. It's just their heads are huge. Their heads are huge. But they also don't make sense. This is why I'm saying these guys will probably just become like cartoon versions and not the ones that end up in the world. Because like where's his body? Like we can see his arms. And this isn't me like I'm not like going, oh, these are shit. This is not me like trying to trash the way I used to draw these guys. Like there was a complete purpose to the way I drew them. But like there's an arm. So the arm would have to be coming up somewhere like that. Although that arm is there. I suppose if that arm is coming forward. But even then, like this arm, these arms are at different heights. These arms are at different heights. But without, let's just say he's got a little shoulder rise because he's holding up the thing. We could say there's a little shoulder rise going there. So there's the shoulder. Which means the chest is about that wide. Like I did decide that these guys don't really have much of a neck. Like sometimes I like orcs are drawn with like their heads down like that. It's kind of how, rather than us having our necks, I kind of imagine the gnomes being more like that. So a leg more like that. Some kind of a waist. And then actually that would all be stomach. So even that, do you know what, the chest is more like up here. This is the chest. that, or I make the... Wait, no. No. Or I make the legs lower. Maybe... Probably more like that. Which just looks... It's kind of goofy, innit? Enjoy getting your coffee. And Yana, enjoy your lurkings. Anyway, so in terms of, and this is why I'm kind of like thinking with the gnomes, they're just going to have to change quite a lot. Like trying to get them to fit in. Not necessarily an option. I mean, I kind of, like, when I was doing the, where is the thing? I had a thing. I had a thing. Can't remember where the thing is. Gnome World? Races and factions? Like, I had this. Open a new document. Like, we had, like, the gnome, because the gnomes are about 1 foot tall. Based on... Do you know what? I did kind of get it fitting in there, didn't I? Hold on. Hold on. Can I copy... Can I copy all of that? What happens if I bring that over here? There's a layer here. Right, hang on. Put that away. That can just go sit in a corner for a second. This dude. Put you there. Just for the moment, I'm going to group these two together. Let's put you over there. And let's make this bigger. Like, how far off were we? How far off were we? I'm hoping this sizing, that sizing doesn't work out too badly, does it? So I was kind of using the 3-head method. Because I kind of worked out about if they're a foot tall, they're kind of like a similar sizing to basically a baby. And when you're sizing babies, from a conversation we were having last week, they tend to be split into 3 heads in terms of their... Whereas like a person, an average sized person is split into like 8 heads, a baby is split into 3 in terms of proportioning out the body. And so because these guys are about a foot tall, I was like, the closest thing I've got is like the size of a baby. So... that still maintains kind of the cartoony... That kind of maintains the cartoony... I mean, to be fair, both of them work. You know, this is just a slightly heavier set gnome, possibly. But I think we could... The idea of this one... this darker coloured one was that it fit more with the original gnome. The Gnome Ranger. But it's not too much adjustment. It's not too much adjustment. I could... to make the head a little bit smaller. so that there's a bit more space to work with for the body. The thing I'm most concerned about is the legs, because I need these guys to actually be able to, you know, walk around, be able to, and also importantly be able to run away, because, you know, that's a big part of their, where they kind of like came from. Just going to duplicate that, put that down there, put that out of the way. Then I'm gonna get rid of this for a second. I say for a second. I'm gonna get rid of this. That's not the right brush. So let's just get rid of that. Ditch that out the way. And then bring you in. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Sorted. So that is... I think I can find a happy medium. I think I can find a happy medium between the two. And then we might have a better idea of where the gnome is going to be. Andrew Gillies over on the YouTubes. Hello, hello. You like strongbows, so does Big Daz. Okay. Hello, Thumbs. Hello, hello. It's a pair of ears. It is a pair of ears. It is a pair of ears, definitely. So, I'm going to take a copy of that body, because what I'm thinking is what I'm thinking is the body. Bring the body in a bit more. To more like that. And then that means I can give this guy a bit more leg. A bit more leg to play with. Which I know it's not loads. I know it's not loads, but I'm kind of thinking they need all the leg they can get. And then we can make that head a bit bigger to fit back in with the idea that they do have quite large heads. So we are coming away, like we started off with like separating the body out into 3/3. The whole figure into 3/3. Which was 3 head sizes. So we're probably moving away from the 3 head sizes right now. But that's alright, because I'm pretty sure this dude... to be fair, this guy... This guy... on the right... This dude wasn't 3 heads either. So I think that'll be alright. Like this dude was more based on trying to... Where is he gone? Where's he gone? Trying to use... Trying to use this guy as a base. So he was more based on this. Whereas this, I think, makes a bit more sense. And I can probably slim down those arms a bit as well. The good right hook. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. And I wasn't going to give this guy a neck. This guy wasn't going to have much of a neck, so I could potentially still make the head a bit bigger. Because yeah, the gnomes, not quite like that though. That, I don't know what I've done here. I don't know what I was thinking here. That is more than a neck. That is, whatever that is more than a neck. That is just the chest is behind his jaw. I don't know what's going on there. Of the belly. The belly can come down a bit more. Because if we do... Whoop. That's starting to give him the... Yeah, that's the slightly less neck. That I think I'm more interested, because I do want him to be a bit hunched over. Like that is kind of like how they stand. And then the toes. So the other problem I've got is like the lower half of the leg. The lower half of the leg is a little bit of an issue as well. Because I kind of need there to be enough room for, like, you know, on like a regular leg. Yeah, if the knee's there, I'm just going to over-accentuate the knee so we know where that is. So the knee's there, and then the calf comes down, and we come into the heel, and then you've got the ankle there, and then the foot comes down. The problem I kind of have, though, is based on where the knee is... I need to try and fit all of that. I need to try and fit all of that into that. Even further. Out there. I'll say about there. Which probably make the, you know, make it slimmer. But they also have a really big toe. Can't remember why I gave them a massive toe. Can't remember exactly why I gave them massive toes, but I'm sure there was a really good reason at the time why they have massive toes. But I don't remember why they have massive toes. But now it's part of them. So I'm obliged. So we'll do. We'll bring the toes down a bit. Which actually fits more in line with the one on the right. One on the right probably has more toes, which make a bit more sense for what we're trying to do. And then the foot. So the foot is there. The ankle. The ankle is kind of there. So that might be able to work. Kinda. If I bring it out more like that. Then that leg. So the crotch will bring. So yeah, the crotch is going to be more like. Belly's a bit more roundness on that belly. If I make the leg slimmer, yeah, maybe. To about there, maybe. How do I feel about that as a leg? Sense. Oop, wrong, but no. Wrong, but no. Now if I grabbed that, flipped that to about there. That's where I want that. Sweet. So that kind of works as, I mean, that kind of works as the leg. I don't know whether it's worth. I don't know if it's worth bringing in the toes more, because Like, I'm okay with the guys, like these guys having wide feet. Like, I've not got a big issue with that. But it might be a bit too wide. Like, how do they look if I do something more like that? Legs coming out quite... yeah, I might need to... let's take duplicate that. Put that way. I think I might want to bring the legs in. It's quite a wide stance, isn't it? Hold on, what have I grabbed? Ew, no. Wait. You go there, you go there, you go away. Okay. Right. So, get rid of that. This... get rid of that. We don't need that. So I think that might be the proportions of the gnome. I think that's... which, how far off? How far off if I had to bring that from the heads? Not too far. Not too far, yeah, just like the head is a little bit bigger, which kind of fits. Like the body fits into a third, the legs fit into a third, and I want these guys, their heads to be larger. So the fact that it kind of just tips over the third is not too bad.
Now, let's all have a cup of tea.
Mm-hmm. I will indeed hydrate in just a sec. So the bit I'm kind of curious about now, which I kind of thought I'd loaded up an alpha layer of this, but apparently not. I'm gonna grab something else. Ooh, wait, what does you do? I feel like you're getting rid of the line art as well. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind me, lord. Close enough. Close enough for what I need it for. Okay. So what I'm curious about now is we do kind of lose the big shoes, which is a bit of a shame. Well, his mouth is at the bottom of his chin. Essentially what I'm thinking of doing is, if I recreate this range, I don't think the Ranger will look as good. I was really happy with this Ranger when I did it originally. I was really happy with how that turned out. I don't think it will necessarily look as good when I try and get things in proportion. But he'll look more like... I might not try and do a one-to-one for the Ranger though. That might not be the goal right now. Also not sure about the face shape either. I'll still give them massive beards though. That will... there's no fret about that. They'll still have massive beards if this thing will allow me. See, look, looks completely like a normal gnome again. It's like they never changed. So... Also not, yeah. The actual face shape right now, I need to have a bit more of a think about. Like, I still want to maintain the large nose, because the nose is quite... quite integral to how these guys look. Like, I think it would be a bit confusing if we got rid of their big old noses. I also need to think about adding the tail in, because these guys are meant to have tails. Oh, I said I was going to hydrate, didn't I? We had a hydrate thing. Thinking about, just as an initial kind of outfit, doing something that's maybe got some similarities to the peasant that I did yesterday. Not yesterday. Well, I worked on some yesterday, but kind of like I did the clothing for him last week more. I'm kind of just seeing how it looks. I'm also going to try and get away from the line art as well, because while the line art is good for proportioning out, I don't actually want it there in the finished image. Again, kind of like the peasant stuff that I was working on. That didn't have line art going on. I've kind of only got it going on here just because I didn't know exactly how big this guy was going to end up. Actually had boots on, didn't they? I see. I don't know how well boots would work on the gnomes, though that might be one of the other bits that kind of separates out gnomes. Like they'd have to have very different shaped boots just due to how large they are. So that might not work. Once I've blocked out the colours, I'll probably get rid of the line art and try and work more like the other image. Did I give the guy gloves in the other image? I can't remember. I've already forgotten apparently. I don't need this height thing anymore. That can go away. Oh, I did, because it only came up to the elbows. Okay. Very much raining again. We had a lot of rain over the weekend. Kind of thought it was done. But apparently not. We get rid of that. Okay. Hiya, Growler. How you doing? How's it going? You found a game that has you hooked. Tell me of this game, so that I may view it from afar and judge your decisions. Plan B, Terraform. Oh yeah. Wait, did we talk about this last week? Or did someone else talk to me about it last week? Yes, I remember playing an early version of Plan B, Terraform. It was funky. And yeah, I can absolutely see how that can take away your time. Do you know what? I'm trying to remember. Did I have the demo version of it? Is it the demo I had of it? There's one way to find out in there. I not loaded up Steam today. Oh my god, how rare. Oh. Do you know what? This might actually have answered a question for me. This might have answered a question that has been plaguing me for about a week. Because I have played Plan B. I played Plan B quite a while ago. And about a week ago, there was a game. Something got removed from my library, which is not super uncommon. Like I've had it happen a few times. But I had no idea what the thing was that had been removed because it had a name that made no sense. And I wonder if it was Plan B. I wonder if the review copy. I wonder if the review copy had been removed. So it might have been this. I don't know for definite if it was this. But yeah, Plan B is no longer in my library, so I wonder if it was that. So yeah, no, I played it a while ago. Probably around when it came out the first time. Back in 2023. So that's cool. It's always satisfying though, isn't it? It's always satisfying when you get a game that you're just like, yep, I could play this for hours. I don't have the time to play it for hours, but I could play it for hours. Well, actually, no. Do you know what? That doesn't make sense for the game because this came out. I don't. Yeah. In fact, no. Ignore that. It won't have been that. Because if they were going to get rid of that, they would have got rid of it ages ago. I can see they've added a bunch of stuff to it though, because now they've got like boats and stuff, haven't they? And some form of a sky elevator. I think when I last played it, there was trucks. I remember there was trucks between places, but I think that was about it transport-wise. You played it 24 hours without turning it off and going to sleep. That might be a bit too much. Just a smidge. That might be too much of a game in one go. 11 o'clock. Okay. You had to listen to a different version of Diggy Diggy Hole. That's understandable. This is an acceptable use of time with an orchestra. You checked the YouTube link in the Discord. Nice. Nice. Right, I'll be back in just a sec. Ooh, it's starting to get warmer in here. It's crazy. It's crazy how much such not that much difference in temperature can make. This room started at about 23 degrees this morning, which was lovely. It was lovely. I was very happy with that temperature. It's crept up to a lofty 25. A huge change, I think we could all agree. I'd love to blame it on humidity, but the humidity hasn't changed in this room. Thumbs is very muggy. Yeah, agreed. It feels muggy right now. And we got a lot of rain. Oh, sorry, we had a lot of rain this morning. And we had some more rain. The rain's actually stopped right now. So I'd like the rain to come back, please. That would be much appreciated if that could return. Thanks. Thank you kindly. The humidity outside is 82%. There you go. Yes, the humidity outside is 82%. Apparently the pollen is high. How the hell is the pollen high with how much rain there has been? This is a lie. You are a liar. I wonder if it's... do you know what it probably is more than anything right now? Is there's no there's not really any kind of like a breeze right now. I think that's probably more about it. But yeah, indoors is 25. Oh, sorry, and outdoors is 17 degrees. Indoors is 25, and the humidity is 47, which it's not really shifted from. But I might have to put the fan on soon. That might have to happen. And I mean, also, I've had the PC on all morning as well. You know, that has an impact. I can't blame it all on outside. No matter how many times I have listened to this soundtrack, I always have to remind myself that it's not a Star Wars soundtrack. Like, I put this on. I know exactly what I've put on. Yeah, every now and then I go, oh, Star Wars. It's like, no, it's not Star Wars. You know it's not Star Wars because you pressed play on it. It does have it. Yeah, this has yeah. And I don't, you know, it's not like me going, oh, they've just copied Star Wars. Like, being a fan of John Williams is not exactly a bad thing in my book. You know. And whoever made this is very much a John Williams fan. I would be amazed if they tried to say they weren't a John Williams fan. Oh, Stung. Hello, Stung. How you doing? How's it going? Finally not melting in your apartment. Cozy plus 23. Well, that's good. That's good that your apartment is at acceptable levels. Long may it continue. Holohan. Hello, Holohan. How you doing? How's it going? What we're making right now, I'm trying to make a character that is based off of some cartoony gnomes that I draw, but I'm trying to make a version that fits in to the fantasy world that I'm trying to put together. So I'm trying to make a, not a realistic's probably the wrong term, but I'm trying to make a less cartoony version of these gnomes that kind of fits in with some of the other stuff I've been doing recently. Oops, sorry, just scraped the microphone there. You got your studio set up again, cool. Cool. What did I do with that guy's shirt? Oh yeah, his shirt was open as well, wasn't it? Oh. Okay. Is it for a cartoon? Not, no, not for a cartoon. It's, it's for, well, I don't entirely know. It's the dream is for it to be all part of a lore book about a fantasy world, but that's a rather lofty goal. So it's more just trying to. Do you know what? I think the goal is just to produce some finished work. I think that's the goal. Just make finished things. Worry about what to do with them later. Do I set goals? I do, and then I forget them. And then I forget that they exist. Or the problem I do have is when I tend to find if I set myself a goal, my brain will be like, oh, there's a goal set now, so I don't want to do that. So sometimes I'll set a goal, but not always, because sometimes I can find goals counterproductive just for how my brain wants to approach things. Sometimes it can be a really good thing. Although actually, do you know what? No, kind of. kind of rarely do I set myself goals, because most of the time I will find that if I set myself a goal, my brain will go, fuck this, let's do something else. I think I've kind of talked about this before. My brain will generally want to do whatever I'm not doing. Typically my brain will want to do whatever I'm not doing, and that applies to all kinds of things. Like, you know, like, it's not always just like getting artwork done. When I'm going to bed, I want to work out. When I'm working out, I want to be doing artwork. When I'm doing artwork, I want to eat food. To be fair to food, whenever I eat food, I want to eat food. But most things I'll generally want to do the opposite. It's like when I used to work in an office. When I used to be working in the office, I wanted to be doing anything that wasn't to do with the office. And there were times when I wanted to be in the office. Like when I was on holiday. When I used to take time off work, I'd be like, oh, it'd be great to be in the office right now, chat to some people. So yeah, I don't know what the answer is. But what I mean is that's kind of like, that kind of way my brain processes things means that sometimes setting goals can be counterproductive. Not always, but sometimes. I kind of just, what I tend to do more is I tend to just latch on to, what do I have motivation to do right now? I need to hammer that until my motivation is gone. A little bit like when I did some of the June artwork last month. I had the motivation to do the June artwork, and it was there, so I was like, right, everything else stops. I'm just gonna hammer this June artwork. Worry about everything else after that's finished. So yeah, so like this thing wasn't really on the plan today, but it kind of came in my brain. I kind of got the motivation to do it, so this is what I'm doing today. Which is, for anyone curious, is a very inefficient way to live your life. It's very bad. And you've got like 1,000 verses, 100 plus unreleased songs, half-written books. Yeah, yep. The goal of finish the project is an elusive thing. It's a very elusive thing. Yeah, half-finished books. Got a bunch of them. I keep thinking about picking them up again. It's part of why I stream, though. This is literally one of the things that's kind of motivated me to stay streaming, is because streaming kind of forces me to get certain things done. The only downside I find with like things like, you know, like you're saying about unfinished stories and stuff, I don't know, sometimes I think about doing those on the stream, but I don't think that's a very interesting, I don't believe that is a very interesting thing to watch on stream, so, and because I don't think it's an interesting thing to do on stream, I find I'd probably be too self-conscious to do it on stream. Whereas this kind of stuff, I think, is interesting enough to do on stream. So it kind of works out, because then it kind of forces me to do it. And sometimes your brain sometimes does, I don't want to do this obvious thing, because it's obvious. Yes. Yes. Yep. Holohan, you just found a laptop you forgot you have, and it's like a touch notepad stylus thing. Can link it to the monitor on the wall and electric whiteboard. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of like, yeah, trying to find the correct medium for how you want to create is a biggie as well. Like, when I used to do a lot of writing, I actually found the majority of the way I like to write is on physical paper. There's something about, like, I used to have like notepads, just like really cheap notepads that I used to take on the train, and that's where I did most of my writing. In digital, don't know what it is about digital, but something about digital doesn't quite click with me for writing. Like, I can get writing done in digital, but it's nowhere near at like the quantity of when I'm just there with a physical notepad. So yeah, if you've got something with a stylus, yeah, if that works, that's awesome. And yeah, you set tiny goals and check them off. I I've tried to do many kind of like lists and to-do lists and stuff, and I've tried doing them as big lists, and I've tried to do them as like very like tiny little goals. Just yeah, something about lists makes me not want to do them. Like the whole do you get any dopamine from like ticking something off from a list? Not really. No, it doesn't work for me, unfortunately. Stung, you have this weird thing when you wake up in the morning, but you cannot go and have breakfast. You have this mental wall that says, gotta earn it first, so you end up cleaning the place for an hour. And I suppose, like, yeah, like, you need to go get breakfast and stuff. That's good. But I suppose at least you've got to word it, like, cleaning the place up first. That's not the worst thing, is it? And it could be worse. You could be laying in bed going, I need to go and get breakfast, but I'm just gonna lie here. I suppose at least you're getting out of bed. So it's not the end, not the worst bit. You want to stream but it feels not good for you. Well, yeah, I mean, in terms of like, when I say I find streaming good to just make sure that I do things like getting, chipping away at artwork and stuff, I completely get that's not going to work for everyone. And one of the things that, because like one of the things that I find, certainly from like a creative point of view, is like the alternative to streaming. The alternative to streaming is I kind of need to sit there and listen to, I have to have I have to have music playing, but not necessarily music that's coming through my headphones. I need to listen to it on speakers, which is not necessarily great if you live with other people. Because I also find a lot of like when I want to do like a lot of writing, it tends to be late at night. Is when I think it's it might be part like the dreaming side of the brain starting to kick in. But if I want to do like writing type stuff, it has to be at night, and I need like just some like heavy metal playing or something. And I think the heavy metal part is probably kind of because it's trying to like drown out the rest of the world. Like any distractions, which coming back to your other point of because it's the digital thing. I think part of the problem with sitting here at this PC, if I want to write, I can think of so many other things that I can do with this PC. There are so many other things I could do with this PC, and so my brain's just like, nah, fam, we're not doing anything. Did you know instead of writing right now, you could just go on the news website and read all of that news? But I don't want to read the news right now. I read it during the day. Yeah, but what might have happened? What might have happened that you've missed during the day? But brain, it's 3 a.m. Can I just let me do some writing? No. You don't want to write. You don't want to write. So yeah, I get it. It's a tricky bicky. But it's great when you do find the best way to write. or just to get, just create. Sorry, not specifically writing, but just when you find the correct method for really like motivating yourself to getting things done, it's awesome. For as long as it lasts, because unfortunately that method might not last forever. You might find that way like works for like a day, maybe a month, but then all of a sudden you're like, oh, that doesn't work anymore, and just in the back and just around here, just around here, you can just start like hearing your brain cackling, going, you thought that was going to be your method for making things work. Not anymore. I've taken it from you. No one else's brain talk to them. Psychedelic Granny, welcome in. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. And Holohan, yeah, trying to get everything done. Feel like you become agoraphobic almost. I get that. Yeah, I understand that. I don't go out very much anymore. Very, very, very little. Sometimes you wish someone would lock you in a room and force you to complete your projects. Maybe. You'd have to be pretty on board with that person, though, wouldn't you? You see, I don't know. It depends. I think it really depends on the project. In many instances, like I would compare that to a certain degree to, say, like exercising. Like exercising, I used to love going to the gym. I used to go to the gym before I went to the office. It's like I do like working out, but if someone starts just like telling me to work out, kind of very much demotivates me. So that would probably not work. And kind of like, if someone told me just to like, I don't know, fill in some paperwork to get that done, immediately my brain would be like, nope. So the idea of someone locking me in a room to try and get me to finish my projects probably wouldn't work, because I would probably be stubborn enough to just not do it and just sit there in silence. In fact, no, I'd probably take it to another extreme. I would probably be locked in a basement and someone would be like, you need to get this project finished. And I would be like, well, I'm gonna do another project instead. That would probably be my result, is I would end up doing something else just because that's the only thing my brain wants to do. So yeah, I hear you. There is definitely a thing about trying to like remove distractions. Which, coming back to your point about like you don't think streaming would work for you, yeah, I get that. Like, as I completely get, like, streaming might not work for everyone, and I think it only works for me in certain scenarios. I don't think it would work for me in all scenarios to get things done. As I say, like things like writing, I don't know if it would work for writing. Stung, impossible projects are good to have, though. They always have good fallback plans if you don't want to do anything else. Yeah, I think it depends on what your project's for. Like, maybe don't give yourself an impossible project if it's critical to paying your bills. You know? maybe there's certain situations where that might not be ideal. But yeah, I can get that. Always having something that, you want to just sit and work out. Sorry, Psychedelic Granny, you were saying, yeah. Method not lasting forever is so annoying. Yeah. I used to write so much, and now I can't even get an hour in most days. Yeah. I am very much like that with writing. I need to find a new hook for writing. Because I've got a whole bunch of writing I want to do. Only finally realised a few years ago that waiting for motivation is a waste of time. In 2023, you managed to get into this cadence of doing 20 minutes of progress for your video game, and then writing some projects regardless of whether you wanted to or not. And oh boy, did it feel good in the end. You managed to last 5 to 6 months with this. Then you just stopped for no reason. I think it does. I think there's definitely something to be said for getting into a routine. I just struggle with routine. I really do. I really do struggle with routine. So I've never managed to get into that rhythm, of like, write today, you're writing today. I've never really got to that. So I still do rely quite a lot on the motivation method. And it's not necessarily the best method, but at the moment it's the one that works for me. It's the one that works for me right now. Because I'd say, like, it worked. What I was saying before about, someone telling me to do something kind of makes me not want to do it, which is frustrating. It's as frustrating for me as it is for them, because I know it's happening. And it also works for me telling myself to do things, which is even more frustrating because I know I'm doing it to myself. So like Psychedelic Granny was saying, like, removing distractions and stuff is... I think that's probably one of the biggest ones for me, which almost flies in the face. To a degree, it flies... well, no, it doesn't. I could see how me kind of saying, yeah, you need to remove distractions from your life. Yeah, no, from your workspace, not your life. Like, I realise how that could be like, well, why the hell do you stream then? Because surely streaming is a distraction. I think streaming kind of removes some distractions for me. And also I think streaming is kind of like, it's putting me on show. I can't do an art stream and not do any art. Like, if I was to stream in the art category and there'd be nothing done by the end of the day, I'd be like, what the hell am I doing? So I kind of like, but also equally, I can understand why some people would look at streaming and go, but you've got people coming in and talking. surely that's a distraction. And like the whole talking thing is a distraction. Like it absolutely is. But I think it's the amount of distractions that streaming removes outweighs any kind of like distraction that might come from talking. So I think talking's like streaming and talking I think can be a good thing. Though, that also probably depends on who you've got in your stream too. So like I say, like I can't. I mean, technically I could because it's my stream and I can do what I want. But in theory, I could just go and start playing computer games now. But if I went to play computer games, I wouldn't then be able to like tomorrow kind of go, guys, I'm not getting any art done, because I've no doubt someone will be sat in chat going, well, you did decide to just play 4 hours of whatever game, and I'd be like, oh yeah, you guys saw that. You guys saw me do that. So there is a little bit of like being on show that kind of like, as I say, works for me. I definitely don't think that works for everyone. I'm not recommending that as a I used to do something similar when I was working in an office to try and help motivate me to lose weight. When I was first trying to get into like being at the gym, I had a thing where like on my team board at work, I wrote my weight down. I didn't take up the whole team board, but that a part of the team board became me losing weight. And, fortunately people were on board with it. People were supportive about it. But a big part of it was I couldn't hide whether I was doing it or not. And I think streaming's a little bit like that. Like I can't hide not doing art. But I also realised that that would not necessarily be great for everyone. So yeah, finding the most appropriate thing for motivation is as difficult as doing the actual stuff in itself. But I'd say it's not like it's like for me, it's a balancing act between people seeing what I'm doing or people seeing what I'm not doing, and people telling me to do something. Because like, yeah, if someone tells me to start doing something, my brain immediately goes, nope, I will go out of my way to do anything that is not what you want me to do. And Holhan, I'm glad you clicked my live. Well, thank you very much. If this is providing any benefit, me just waffling, then cool. And Granny, stream views kind of using the idea of attaching much bigger action to smaller actions. It's easier to work in the routine. Yeah, I mean, Joe, in terms of like routine, that is definitely part of the whole streaming thing. Is because you know, like when I say routine, when I say I find it hard to be in a routine, like I think more rather than routine, like it's very easy to not get into routine because working for myself, it's very easy not to get into routine because the only person I'm failing is me. So yeah, I suppose to a degree streaming is, I suppose, kind of accountability, really. Which, if you're not, if you're not working for someone else, it's kind of creating accountability with the streaming. And yeah, because like if I have days where I'm not streaming, the days I have not streaming, I really have to like properly like pull myself out of bed. I'm like, oh, I could just lie here for a little bit longer, while equally berating myself for not getting out of bed. So sometimes I think streaming's good from that point of view. Jayu, hello Jayu, how you doing? What did you do for work before streaming? Before streaming, well, the immediate, okay, we're gonna go on a little bit of a memory lane. But I'll try not to go too off-piste, because this could turn into me talking about stuff that no one cares about. So the last few years have been a bit all over the place. I used to work for a bank, and I had many different jobs in the bank. The last job I had in the bank was working on the IT infrastructure. So I used to look after the servers, and I used to look after a lot of software and many bits that people didn't know where they sat, so they sat it with us. And so I used to look after basically the trading side of a bank. So lots of weird hours and doing stuff, and just people generally shouting at you when things didn't work, and when things did work, that kind of thing. So I did that probably for about the last 5 years of me working in the bank. And then I moved away from the bank, and I worked with someone on a digital marketing company and did a lot of stuff to do with digital marketing. This was actually part of me trying to get back into my love of writing. And in 2019, I decided to leave the bank, which I'd been at for about, I think I've been there for, I'm going to say 15 years. Can't remember if it was 15 or 16. I was there for about 15 years at the bank. And I went to go and have my digital marketing company. Very exciting. It was all working really well. We had a bunch of clients. December 2019. And so it was the time where we couldn't really do it all in our spare time anymore. So I left the bank in December 2019, which was wonderful, except for about 3 months later, we had a little bit of a hiccup. There was a little bit of a hiccup about 3 months later, because the vast majority, about 80 to 90% of our client base, was bars and wedding photographers and wedding bands, and basically, a lot of people in social spaces, which was awesome. We were having a great time. But there was a little bit of a hiccup just after December, about 3 months after December, which I realised probably passed a lot of people by. But it was called COVID. And the world went into lockdown, which, which wasn't necessarily a problem, because I just started working at home. The downside was that because 80 to 90% of our client base was socially orientated clients, we lost pretty much our entire client base. We lost basically our entire client base 3 months after the thing was, we'd been doing this thing for about a year. So we started at the beginning of 2019-ish. In fact, no, probably 2018. Yeah, because it was summer 2018, I think, is when we started. It was going really well, and so we kind of were doing that. That was all going great, and then this all happened, and so that's the. But I'd planned for like not making very much money, so I'd banking job. I'd been like trying to hide many pennies, and I'd hidden many pennies, so I wasn't too concerned about this at this point. 12 months later, we were going through the second lockdown. After the first one, we were going through the second lockdown, at which point we had a bunch of other clients that were not reliant on social areas. We had a bunch of clients that weren't reliant on social areas, but we didn't have many, because everyone was still kind of like, we've got no idea what's going on with the world. And so in 2021, I think 2021, around summerish 2021, I just happened to be going through my Instagram feed, and there was an artist that I followed who kind of went, "Hey, come and watch me on Twitch." I was like, I have no idea what Twitch is. This is how completely oblivious I was to the internet world, this side of the internet world. I had no clue what streaming was. I knew what YouTube was. I loved YouTube. YouTube kind of got me through lockdown. I had no idea what streaming was. And so I went and watched this person streaming. And then I came open to this world of streaming. And so about halfway through 2021, I think it was, I started streaming. And I started streaming gaming. And I streamed RimWorld and the original XCOM. And that's where that was in 2021. And then after about 6 months after that, we kind of got to the point where the digital marketing business was kind of making enough money for one person, which is what it is. It was making, and it wasn't really growing. We still quite weren't sure what was going on with COVID. Like, it was still a bit of a weird thing. And I kind of like, in terms of like the money that was being made, I kind of went, look, the business is making enough money for one person. You crack on. I'm going to go and see what other things I can explore. And that's when I started throwing myself really kind of properly into streaming. Brilliant decision, guys. Just let's be clear right now. For anyone who's listening to this, sounds like an amazing origin story. It's not. It's a terrible, terrible thing. But we're still going. We're still trying to make this work. So, yeah, kind of the end of 2021-ish was kind of when I started just putting more time into this. And every now and then, I was picking up a bit of digital marketing work. So I was still doing some digital marketing work on the side. And I kind of that's kind of how it's been floating for about the last 3 years. So there you go, JU. There you go. There's kind of like a summary of what I did before and what I did now. And in terms of what I did the bank, I did loads of different things in the bank. But the last 5 years of it was IT infrastructure and doing a lot of stuff to do with IT and programming. So dealing with a lot of projects and programmers and trading markets and yeah. But before that, all different kinds of things. And then if you want to go really, really far back, I used to work in an off license. Connect the dots how you want, but that's how they went. And that's where we are now. And now I'll try and make artwork and do gaming as a streaming thing. So there you go. And also Lord Elston, yes, Abandonment Wednesday. Abandonment Wednesday is kind of, yeah, because that's the day I go outdoors to go and get food for the house. But yeah, so coming back, there is kind of, I suppose there is a bit to this kind of coming all the way back for what I used to do for a job and what I do now. And also the idea of being in a creative environment, working for yourself, even with the digital marketing stuff, working for yourself, goddamn, trying to get into a routine when there's kind of only you to really be held yourself accountable. It's definitely tricky. It's definitely tricky. And I definitely don't have a perfect solution for anyone who's looking for a perfect solution by any means, shape or form. And Lemon Jaws, yep. Hello. And you subbed because you like how cozy this is. Well, thank you very much for subbing. Thank you. If this is working out for you, awesome. Lemon Jaws, you're a small artist YouTuber. Any tips? In terms of streaming, do everything I don't do, and you'll probably grow quicker.
Challenger has entered the arena.
Psychedelic Granny just followed.
Thank you very much for the follow. Thank you kindly. Yeah, if you do everything I don't do, you'll probably grow 4 times as fast. That's probably the way that it'll work. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, like, I'm in no way, I can't really claim to be a full-time streamer, because streaming does not pay for my life yet. It might do at some point. But yeah, I'm just kind of streaming because I found it works quite well for, as we were saying before, kind of like, you know, trying to get more things done is kind of why I stream it. And it kind of works from that perspective. But yeah, in terms of, I am definitely not a big art streamer. I am not known. I definitely, compared to the art streamers that I've followed over the years, I'm definitely not a big art streamer. In terms of streaming art, make sure you're doing things that you want to be doing. It'll show in your artwork if you're streaming things that you don't want to do. I mean, one of the big things, I mean, to put it into context, why are we drawing gnomes? Why am I drawing gnomes? Drawing gnomes makes no sense. When I started doing art streams, which wasn't until about a year, I think, year and a half into streaming, when I started doing art streams, I wanted to stream drawing mechs and pin-ups. That's what I wanted to stream. When I started doing art on streams, I discovered that not everyone was super interested in mechs and pin-ups. I also realized that I needed to like practice them a lot more off stream to be kind of good, because a lot of people don't want to see that stuff if it's not really good. There you go. What? Who knew? People want to watch streams where the art's good. So I started off doing those things, and then I had a bunch of people in my chat, which had come from a lot of my initial audience had come from gaming. And when I started doing the art stuff, a lot of people would talk about Dungeons and Dragons. I'd never played Dungeons and Dragons. I knew what Dungeons and Dragons was, again, because YouTube had, you know, done me a sterling job in terms of helping me with lockdown. I'd started listening to some Critical Role. So I knew what Dungeons & Dragons was, and so I was like, do you know what, guys? If you guys are going to talk about Dungeons & Dragons all the time, I will do a Dungeons & Dragons piece of artwork. Why not? Let's just go with it. And I actually probably was it the first commission? I think it was not what was the first commission I had? The first commission I had, technically the first thing wasn't really a commission, because I did it for freebies, because I was kind of like, people were talking about their D&D stuff, and so someone gave me their character. Someone gave me an image of their character, and they were like, hey. And I was like, hey, I'll do a picture of your character, knowing nothing about drawing any of these kind of things. So this was one of the things that I did ages ago. This took so long because I had no idea how to draw stuff like this. In fact, where's... I don't know if I've got the actual original example. Let's see. Let's see. Do I have all the actual sketching? It's like I was trying for ages. For ages, I was trying to work out how to do the head. And so there were loads of sketches of the head. And so that was one of the first things I did. That proved to be relatively popular. And so I started going down more of a fantasy route. And then I actually had like my first, like someone actually paid me to draw stuff. And I was so thankful. And I was so grateful that they asked me to do it. And I still don't know if they got their money's worth. But I was so thankful that someone actually paid for a commission. And this was one of the viewers' D&D groups. And so I did this. And that was a thing. And then I think it was during the time that I made this that Lord Ilston, who is in chat right now, Lord Ilston said to me, why don't... I can't remember if he referred to himself as a gnome or he said, why don't you draw a gnome? And then we ended up with... I can find it. If I can find it. Then we ended up with... So keep in mind, the whole time I'm supposed to be drawing mechs and pinups. I'm meant to be drawing mechs and pinups. This is what I want to do. I want to draw mechs and pinups. That's what I want to do. And instead, we had this little sketch. And he said, Lord Ilston, as a gnome. He went, I would be a gnome wizard. I was like, okay. And so I drew this little gnome wizard. And this little gnome wizard has spawned an entire world that I'm trying to put together. And so I drew this little gnome wizard. And then I did a bigger version of the gnome wizard. And then people enjoyed gnomes so much that there's a whole raft of gnomes now. There's loads of gnomes. I don't know if I've really got a good... I've not really got a collage of gnomes. I wonder if I could do it with this. Ignore the bit that says, like, shop. Forget the bit that says shop. Don't worry about... Oh, it just says pack, actually. Never mind. I thought it said shop when I was loading it up. So if we get rid of that, and we get rid of that. So all these little gnomes. I started drawing all these gnomes for various things. In fact, actually, if we get rid of them. So gnomes became a thing on this channel. And then the gnomes kind of took over, and we did a lot of gnomes. And then as time went on, I started like putting little bits of like background story to the gnomes as they were being drawn. Some of these gnomes are actually some of the chat, some of the people from chat. And then as the gnome individual stories came together, then all of a sudden I was like, oh, well, they live in this land. And then this land turned into and then the land has gnomes, and it has dwarves, and it has humans, and it has elves, and it has a whole raft of other things going on. And so now I'm trying to put together, at the moment it's called Gnome World. It won't be called Gnome World forever, but at the moment it's called Gnome World. And there's factions and groups and races, and there's a world coming together. But yeah, the gnomes turned into a whole thing, which are not mechs. They're not mechs, and they're not pin-ups. I remember like going way back somewhere. Like, so like one of the things, so like going back, where does this come from? So if we go all the way back, this is the kind of stuff that I started doing. This was the stuff that I started putting together. This was the route the channel was going. No one gave a shit. No one gave a shit about that stuff. So instead we did gnomes. We did gnomes instead. It's trying to chart the origin story of this channel and why I do the art that I do. I can't really explain it all to you. But every now and then we still do gnomes. Gnomes still happen in new ways. And then I did some other stuff yesterday, which was completely different. Yeah. And lion, is it, wait, hang on, over on the YouTubes, is it lion or lion? I'm going with lion. Or lean? Len. Might even go with Len. There we go. I'll go with lion right now. You're introduced to D&D because your dad has a D&D campaign online with his friends from college every Wednesday and occasionally... Okay, yeah, people playing it from ages ago, yeah. No, I get that. Like, literally, in terms of D&D, I knew D&D existed. I think part of the reason why I probably didn't get into D&D... Well, I'm sorry, one of the main reasons I didn't get into D&D was because I didn't have anyone around me who did D&D growing up. Like, I had people who were interested in Warhammer 40k, but no one was super interested in actually playing the games. We were more interested in the lore. And so, like, I got very much into, like, the lore of stuff rather than the playing of those games. So yeah, D&D passed me by just because I didn't have anyone who was very interested in it growing up. Hello, Cholera. Hello, hello. Lemon Draws, can you have a gnome whenever you have time? Well, I mean, there is actually... Wait, is it actually here? I don't know if it's here. There is the... If you want a personal gnome, there is... The actual personal gnomes are on the commission page. So unfortunately, the gnomes doing the custom gnomes are not necessarily free. They're just one way I try and make some pennies. I haven't done one for ages though. That is probably one of the downsides. Is I haven't done one for ages. But in terms of, I'll tell you what, which gnomes did people... Let's see if I can find example specifically of the gnomes. I'm trying to remember. I think... Oh yeah, he doesn't go by the name Jitterbug anymore. But one of the guys in chat wanted a prospector. So he had a little prospector with his going off into the caves finding things. And then another guy, he just wanted a gnome that was just kind of chilling out, if it'll load. He just wanted a gnome that chilled out at home and drank mushroom coffee and smoked a pipe. So I kind of had one of them. And then what else did we have? He wanted to be a ninja, so we had a little ninja gnome. And then what else did we have? Oh, someone wanted a zombie. So I can't remember exactly why, but someone wanted a zombie. Someone wanted a zombie gnome that did IT. Don't know why. Don't know why. What else did we have? We had wait, what, Gnomish McGraw? What was Gnomish McGraw about? I can't remember what this one was about. Oh no, this guy just wanted a gnome that was based on the dude from Wallace and Gromit. I remember that now. So like some people just want funny gnomes, and some people want gnomes that would work in the universe. So like this guy is a beard oil salesman. Dr. Mumbleplips, the fantabulous beard oil salesman. But the beard oil can also be used for all ailments, injuries, cooking, and drains. And so we had a little beard oil salesman going on. The reason why he has the thing on the back is so that people can easily spot him, because gnomes are really short. So when he's out selling. Oh, and then we had this fur trapper. So the fur trapper has his faithful capybara. Capybara is a whole separate thing in this world. But the capybara are ones with the gnomes, and they do the finest furs. So yeah, so the gnomes are actually on the commission pages, or you know, we used to do gnome giveaways, but no one was really that interested in the gnome giveaways, so they kind of fell by the wayside. But yeah, the little custom gnomes are over there. Sorry, Jay. The one with fantastic beard, the progress. Yeah, I mean the when I was doing like the pinups, like the big thing with doing the pinups was kind of learning how to draw figures, and so I do try and do like in terms of like some of the stuff that I learned from doing drawing pinups. You know, I'll still do that kind of stuff now. Like you will see me every now and then doing like wireframes, and I mean like we see, you know, like I kind of like I'll still like that kind of like stuff that I learn. I'll still try and do stuff now, even like, you know, when you're measuring out like the heads of stuff, or I can't remember what this is. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's not anything terrible. But yeah, like trying to work out wireframes, trying to work out how heads go together and stuff. So like I'll still do those things. And I at some point I do intend to get more like back into that kind of thing. Or like, what if we have? I think I did some wireframe for this guy. I think, which is probably a more recent one. Lemons, you gotta go. Well, thank you very much for dropping by. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. This file is taking a while to load, but I'll try and get, because I think it's got wireframe on it. But yeah, doing like the wireframes and showing the progress from the basic to the finished, I think can be interesting to do, especially if you're trying to study, certainly if you're trying to learn. Oh, do you know what? I think I've been a twerp. I might have actually deleted the wireframe on this one. Oh no. Although you can't really see it now. You can't really see it because... Hold on. If we got rid of... If we take this all the way back... so, you know, you kind of... there was a wireframe for the dude. You can... I think you can see some of it. Unfortunately, I think I've actually deleted some of the wireframe as I've gone. Yeah, no, I think I actually... Okay, never mind. I thought there was wireframe for this image, but it looks like I've deleted it as I went. So never mind. There was. At one point, there was wireframe on that. Anatomy is tough. Yeah, and so one of the, like, in terms of like drawing the pin-up stuff, because I've seen a bunch of artists do pin-up, and it is very, very popular. It's just, it's a different audience. It is a different audience, but it is a very, very popular thing. But one of the things that is very important about pin-up is understanding proportions and understanding anatomy and how it all fits together. Because if you do it wrong, it looks wrong. It looks wrong. And I think one of the other things as well is kind of like, if you understand how to draw a person, that's when you can start moving into other things. Like, you can start moving into, like, if you can draw a person so that they look like a person, it's actually easier to then move into drawing monsters, because you know how to distort a monster while still, like, keeping it while it still makes sense, but being able to distort it, certainly in a way that'll trigger our minds to find them kind of, like, horrific. So yeah, being able to draw people is a really good skill to have if you then want to move on to other things. And I think it also applies for wanting to draw the mechs as well. Like, kind of like being able to draw mechs. I think being able to understand how a person fits together can help in terms of how to draw mechs. And not just people. Like, if you understand how to draw creatures, like other creatures, like birds and stuff, can help in terms of like wanting to do mech. So the things I wanted to do at the beginning when I started streaming, the things I wanted to do at the beginning did have relevance to things that I do want to do now. It's just time. It's just time. There's too many things to draw. Too many things to draw. And then, sorry, I'll come back on the reading back up on the chat a bit. And cholera, hello cholera, hello. Still eating up that Kingdom Come music. Do you know what? Fully enough, I actually started playing it again yesterday. I've been on a bit of a. I've been enjoying gun shit for about the last week or so. And then I can't remember what I was listening to before then. In fact, it might even been longer than that. But yeah, I actually came back to the Kingdom Come music yesterday. Yanni, you want to ask me for a librarian gnome? I'm sure I've done a librarian. Didn't I do a librarian thing at some point? I feel like I've done a librarian thing at some point. I can't remember what it was though. It might have been a fairy, mightn't it? I think it was one of the sketches, wasn't it? I think it was a sketch that was something to do with librarians. Cholera, you could do a risque femme fatale gnome. I have been asked to draw risque gnomes. I think so. Herein lies. I would find it kind of comical. I would find it kind of comical to draw a risque gnome, and I'm sure there will be one at some point. But in order to do so, in order to draw a risque gnome, I really need to know the layout of them. So, you know, I need to get this bit done first, and then maybe we can have a risque gnome in the future. Probably wouldn't be able to draw it all on stream. Well, depending on what I was doing. But anyway. Panning in a cave sounds like Minecraft. What, the gnome? Well, I mean, the gnomes do spend a lot of time in caves because that's where the mushrooms are, and all kinds of other stuff. But yeah. Stung, you imagine a gnomish cook holding numerous bottles of mushroom ketchup? They definitely make mushroom ketchup. That is definitely a thing. Yeah. Do you also do dark gnomes, the deep dwelling ones? There are gnomes that, I mean, the gnomes came from the forests, but since they've been with the dwarves in the dwarf cities, or rather dwarf city, they're not really in the other dwarf cities, they're only really in one. They do go into the caves. They do spend a lot of time in the caves. Mainly because the gnomes have got quite an affinity for tending to the various mushrooms, and also a lot of the things that live in the caves. And also the gnomes are quite good at going in the smaller caves that the dwarves can't reach. So there are gnomes that do dwell deeper. In terms of how I would change the gnomes as they are now to potentially ones that have spent a lot of time in the deeper caves, I don't know yet. I kind of need to work out the dwarves at the moment, because there's two routes I'm thinking of going with the. There's two routes I'm thinking of going with the dwarves who dwell deep, and to be fair, I can do both. But then, in terms of which one I do, will also impact the gnomes. So if there were to be deeper dwelling gnomes, but they've not been dwelling there as long as the dwarfs have. Pin up mechanomes could be a nice mix of all three. Yeah, do you know what? At some point there will, I think it will happen. I think it will happen at some point, because I've started to come full circle. because there's some people who are working on a computer game, and they've asked me to do some of the concept work for the computer game, which is a game about mechs and farmers in mechs. And so we've actually already done some on street. Well, I've done a very, very vague sketch of some nose art, which the farmers. And it's a cow on a bomb, which makes sense in terms of the concept of the game. Saying it out loud doesn't entirely make sense, but there is going to be some. I will be doing some nose art for the mechs in that game, and so maybe as an Easter egg, there might be a gnome, which a lot of people won't understand, but there might be a gnome nose art. Maybe that could be the risque one. Who knows? Color, are you also willing to venture in to draw Pathfinder characters? I don't really know much about Pathfinder, but Pathfinder's like a similar style to like D&D, isn't it? So I don't really like when I've done like D&D characters in the past. It's not because I'm like these are D&D. It's just I just kind of see them as kind of like fantasy characters. So I think my understanding of Pathfinder is it's like similar to D&D style. So yeah, I'm not necessarily against it. Goblins and leshies. I don't know what a leshy is. Core ancestries in Pathfinder. Leshy. Oh, hang on. Then we go on. Leshies are pretty much sentient mess of vines, roots, and shrubbery. Oh, okay. That almost sounds like a kind of route that we went with the when I was doing the blood tree. Although actually, to be fair, the blood tree is more tree, but there are various parts of it that look like vines and roots and shrubbery. What time? Oh my god, it's nearly 1 o'clock, guys. I need to go and shove some food in my face. How did you pick that colour? How has that just happened? I just did the colour dot. How did that just... I don't know how that just happened. I need to go and throw some food in my face. And I might do it a little bit nicer than just hurling it in my face, but we'll probably carry on with art this afternoon. As always, it's just down to whether my hand starts hurting. I think whether we carry on just with this gnome for the afternoon is a whole other matter. We might delve into some other bits, a bit like we did yesterday. Just kind of comes back to that conversation we were having before about, it's kind of where the motivation is at the time. We might do some more of this, or I might get doing a bit more of like monstery things. Because or I might even switch back. To planning out some of the peasant bits. Because the main reason I'm doing the peasants is because I want to finish off at least one faction, so that I've got something to kind of use as a benchmark when I start doing the other factions. And the peasants form the Watch, who I intend to be like the first faction that I kind of finish. That's my goal. So we might put some more time into them this afternoon. Hello, little bit. Welcome back. You're just throwing food at my face. I mean, just feels like it's going to get messy. And sorry, yeah, Stung, you were saying Pathfinder grew out of D&D 3.5 edition. So Pathfinder So is Pathfinder like an official D&D product, or is it kind of like just completely separate? And I apologize to everyone who I think we have had this conversation before. I think people have explained to me before about the difference between D&D and Pathfinder, but I can't. I'll be honest with you, I can't remember. Like in terms of, I mean, in terms of like IP, is it part of like the D&D franchise, or is it a completely separate beast? They've got their own license now. They got started as wizards. Tried to route all the homebrew stuff into so they could set themselves. That Wizards of Wizards of the Coast own. Wizards of the Coast is a company, isn't it? They're the ones who own D&D. I seem to remember, because didn't see this. This is how much I know about D&D. If it's not been talked about on Critical Role, I probably don't know, because that's really my main exposure to D&D. But didn't they have like an they had some kind of like sponsorship or something, didn't they, with Wizards of the Coast at some point? And then Wizards of the Coast did their. I seem to remember what you're talking about, Cholera. Like they kind of went off to some homebrew stuff. And so Pathfinder was originally an extension of D&D Edition under the Open Gaming license. Then it just grew into its own thing. Right, got you. Right. I see. Okay, so I'm going to go throw some food in my face. And I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. Because I'll also just stretch my legs a little bit. Because we've been sat here a long time, I probably should hit save on this thing as well, because it's not saved the whole time. Because it's not saved the whole time. Wait, where? What? Wait, if you're not typing here, where were you typing? Oh, you were typing there, that's fine. There we go. I just kind of I was typing, and then I looked where I thought it was typing, and there was nothing there. I was like, Anyway. Save it. It's saved. It has been saved now. There you go. This has all been delightful. Right, if you've been sat here as long as I have, please go stretch your legs. Go get yourself some hydration. If it's the appropriate time of day, please go get yourself some food. If it's not the appropriate time of day, go check on your pets, because it's still a little bit warm, isn't it? A little bit warm right now. So go and do that. If you're at work, make sure you've done enough work to keep the worky people away. If you're at home, you've got about 10-15 minutes to get rid of one of those tasks. Could be like chucking something in the laundry, taking something out the laundry. Could be going and opening that parcel that got delivered earlier on. It could be anything. If you're working from home, you know, it's the same as working. Make sure you've done enough to keep people away. That's all those words. That's all those words and things. I think that covers everything. The longer it takes me to, the longer I waffle, the longer it's going to take me to get back. Do spiders count as pets? Yes, though if I understand correctly, you don't have to feed spiders very often, so, you know. But I'm pretty sure spiders are pretty sensitive to temperature as well. So, you know, you might have to check on them anyway. Yeah, that's that. That's all of that. I'm walking away. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. See you in a moment. I'll turn the music up. Hello. Hello, hello. Right. I was gonna do something just as I came back then. Oh wait, no, yeah, it was Sado, wasn't it? Sado, I saw something. Sado posted something on Discord. What did he post on Discord? Oh, he's the Timberborn guys. The Timberborn guys really do have fun. So, one day, today is not that day, but one day I'll find a place where I can put this microphone and it can stay there the whole time. Instead, I shall continue to keep moving it up and down the whole time. Oh, gold, what did I just do? Nope, don't do that. I didn't even know that was a thing. Oh, there it is. I didn't realise I can apparently group tabs. What was I? Oh no, that's it. That's it. Cool. In fact, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go and check. It's still vaguely related to gnomes. But after Shifty unknowingly reminded me that I'd not done something, I want to go and check where this thing is at, and why have I not put it into a pack. Let's put that away. I'm going to close that. So I wonder if, actually, you know, I think I do know why this pack hasn't gone live on Kofi. I think it's because it's very ominous music for this conversation. This conversation is not as ominous as the music is making it sound. I think it's because I've not coloured the things. Because when I've done the other packs, they've had like the design board things. But I think the line arts are actually ready to go. In fact, that one's actually all... then there was the... And this is how old these are. This is how old these are. I think I did these around the time that the lion came back. Maybe. Maybe not quite as when the lion came back, but not far off. And the lion's now been back for years. Oh, actually, it probably went on the ideas list. That's probably what happened. Yeah. Need a very... I might actually grab a reference for this. Because Mechanicum Red. Mechanicum Red is rather a specific red. Sure, if the red is not right, someone will go, that is the incorrect red, and I'll be like, I know. I know it is. Or at least I think they have a specific red. I'm sure there is. Do you know what? Now I'm looking at it, I don't think it actually matters. It looks like there's so many different reds. I don't think it actually matters. That's just... as long as it is red. That looks red. I'll go with that. I could always be a heretic and use Gene Stealer purple. I'll do the Gene Stealer guy with some kind of Gene Stealer purple. This guy can stay. I don't know if Games Workshop has a hexagonal color code for the paints. I don't know if they do. I don't know if they do, but I would probably be able to... You can... Oh man, there is a website. There is a website, and now I can't think... actually, do you know what? No, I could do it through here. I think I could do it through here. If I had... I could just take a colour picker. I could probably work out with the pipette what the hex code is. Because there is a way. There is a way. Somewhere in here I can actually get the hex code. If I ever wanted it, say like make a note of it for the future, I could probably get the hex code. But yeah, pipette's easy enough. The thing that I noted then was just when I started searching for images from 40k, that even just looking at them, I'm like, there are so many different reds going on here that I'm sure there is an official one, but people seem to use all kinds. That wasn't it? I'm sure, you know, if anyone took massive issue with it, could just turn around and say, hey, on this side of the galaxy, this is the red they have. This is the red that they got out of their STC. And you wouldn't argue with an STC, would you? I realised I got two edges there, haven't I? Hello, dragon. Hello. If you're doing it, it's a massive scruton you are. You use a deeper hue for the hem and endings of the robe and sleeves. What, just to really drive people nuts? I suppose I could have this bit in one red, then this bit in another red, then this bit in another red. And then I'd probably make this the same red as this. And then just throw in some Genestealer purple. Just coming back to our previous thing. Just some Genestealer purple in this this bit around the throat. But I think people might come after me if I do that. People just lose their minds. Feels kind of wrong to be working on this image and not listening to the Mechanicum soundtrack. I love the Mechanicum soundtrack. Sponsor 200 points to 100k. Congratulations. Oh, look, I never did that line there. That line's never been properly... Okay, we'll just, you know, that's a little Easter egg of an error that no one shall speak of ever again. That's it. See, this is the thing. When I there's no errors. There's just Easter eggs. Oh, look that there. I need to fix that on the line art. In fact, I should fix that now, because I will forget. Ooh. Tongue's just done that thing where it goes completely numb. How utterly unpleasant. Mind you, the one book from Skyrim, which the cover was made from the skin of various sentient beings. Oh, doing things in different colours. I mean, this isn't Belisarius' call, but, you know, his mind's made from various beings, isn't it? Not him. Or maybe he is too. There's a solid chance, you know, he might have taken a kidney here, a liver there, maybe a few lungs. Don't know about skin. The hose is going into the massive snoot. If they make you chuckle, that's fine. That's all good. I'm okay with them making you chuckle. At the moment, being that after today's stream, we'll be awfully close to it. At the moment, I don't know what we're doing on Friday yet. I haven't got a plan. I haven't particularly got a plan for Friday. It might... Like last Friday we had a bit of a hooded horse day, but we've done the hooded horse stuff now. So it might be an art day. I might do a Friday art day, which is very rare. Very, very rare. But we might do one. We might do one. Unless something springs to my mind. Oh, look there. Missing more line art. More line art. This is partially why I prefer to kind of hand colour rather than just try and do fills. And I realise if I did the fill, I would also find the missing line art. So what happened here? What happened here? This needs fixing, doesn't it? This is a bit weird. This makes no sense. Look at that too closely. It's a bit wonky though, isn't it? We all know it. We all know it's a bit wonky, but we're not going to look at it too closely. And then, before I forget, let's put that in there. Hello, Joe. Any tips for picking the right colours for shadowing? Tend to use the brightness slider, but the shadows always seem off. Oh my word. Am I the best option? The brightness slider. I mean, I kind of... Wait, can you see it here? Oh, you can kind of see it in the corner. To be fair, I don't really do much more than... So if you see up in the top right corner, can I... Is there any way I can bring that over here? Oh, I can bring it more on the screen. There you go. Top right corner. Let's choose not that. Stop. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. If I was choosing a... Like, say if I was going to do a shadow for the red. Unfortunately, I can't really give you a great tip. I haven't really got a great tip. I kind of just do, I kind of just pick from here. I pick from here, and then obviously we know this is black, but we don't want to use black. Try and avoid using black as much as possible, because it's... I mean, sometimes you will use it. I also appreciate that lines are... I know the lines are black. I know the lines are black, guys, but that's because it's line art. That's a whole separate thing. I just kind of go this way. But yeah, I don't really have any proper. I don't have any official tips. I would literally just kind of look at this and go, boop. That's my tip. My tip is, boop. And then what I will also do is, you know, just test, see how I feel about it. Does that seem to be... Does that seem to fit? Am I happy with how that looks? I suppose one tip that I could potentially suggest would be don't make too much of a leap. So like from when I was here, I don't know how well you can see that. Don't try to make too much of a leap. Like if you wanted to do a shadow for this red that's in this bottom right corner, don't like go and choose here, because that's quite a massive difference. You might want to do it as like a second, you know, if it's like the next level of shadow, you might end up there, but you wouldn't necessarily want to do that straight from the off, because that's see how dark that is compared to that. Like that's a really heavy shadow, which if you want a really heavy shadow, I mean, I don't think there's a really right or wrong. I think it's more a case of what you're trying to do. Are you trying to show... and it kind of goes the other way with highlights. It kind of goes the opposite. You know, it's the same rules for highlights. Is how heavy do you want that shadow to be, or how heavy do you want that? You know, how light do you want the highlights to be? You know, we can go the opposite direction. When I'm looking at these things, I just kind of look at them. I just look at them and go, is that really weird? But you know, if I'm going from this color here and I'm trying to bring in highlights, I'm going to bring it a little bit this way and see how I feel about that as a highlight on that corner. But again, I don't want to leap. I don't want to leap all the... If this will let me. I don't want to leap all the way, because then that's... You know, that essentially we're kind of saying that's too... It just stands out like a sore thumb. So yeah, I suppose the only tip I can give... The only tip that I could really give, which is just from me kind of trial and error, is with your shadows, don't try and leap straight into a really hard shadow unless that is absolutely what you're looking for. Like there are certain styles that you might do that are really heavy shadow, but in terms of just like everyday stuff, you're probably not going to do that. Boom, 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 boom. And then also sometimes what you also need to consider as well is what the light source is. So in terms of like lights and shadows, sometimes you're going to want to think as well about sometimes you're just going to want to think about what's causing the light. So for example, this here is most likely going to be, just to keep it nice and simple, the inside of this lamp is probably going to be some form of a yellow light. So when I'm thinking about doing the highlight, we'll do the highlight here. When you think about the yellow light, you'll probably initially bring a lighter red going on, and that'll take up the largest area. But the closer you get to the light source, you're probably going to find it's going to start coming round. Like, this is not exact. And this is something I struggle with a lot because I don't see colours properly. But you might want to start doing something like play around with that and see how you feel about that. The closer you are to the direct source, how it kind of takes over. But I wouldn't do that for massive shadow. just as a side note. I wouldn't do it as massive shadow. Oh, have I done that on the... I've done that on the layer. I didn't want to do it. I meant to do that on a test layer. I haven't done it on a test layer at all. So sometimes if light... But that's when light's really close. Or if there's absolutely no other light source. But when light's really close, you might want to do something like that to experiment with. One of the other bits that sometimes you'll get is also with shadows. And sorry, yeah, just to clarify with that, that is when you've got really strong light sources. Really strong light sources will do that. But anyway, it's specific. The other thing to keep in mind as well, if you're doing a shadow, so like I'm doing a shadow, where can I give an example? Where can I give an example? I haven't really got a good example here. Tell you what. Shadow. So if we put a bit of shadow in this little corner, something else that can be really good with shadow. In fact, most of this looks like it's going to be in shadow, but if you're trying to like show the shape of fabric, two things. You see how, because this bit's sticking out a bit more, the makes, you know, see if the shadow would actually follow. So the shadow, there's shadow behind and there's shadow in front of this bit, but because it's sticking out more. And again, don't leap too much. Don't leap too much into a much darker red, because that's not, you don't necessarily need that, except for when you maybe get further into the corner. But again, only go like a little bit. I have a little bit there. We have a little bit going on under there as well. Probably not going to be there, because that's probably still going to be in... but the other bit that I was going to say as well was, when you're thinking about like shadows and lighting, sometimes what can really help is actually just working out where the lighting's coming from. So at the moment, I'm probably going to work a lot with the lightings coming this way on everything. But you also need to think about secondary lighting. So for instance, imagine he was stood next to a bulkhead. He stood next to a bulkhead here. So when this light is coming down, it's illuminating all this side very nicely, but as it goes past him, it's going to hit this bulkhead and it's going to bounce back. So this same light source is going to bounce a little bit. So what you might end up finding is right on the edge, like showing secondary lighting. You might just want to do that. Now, it's not very obvious because we're only doing a tiny piece. We're only doing a tiny piece here. But yeah, if you think about shadows and stuff, sometimes you might want to just put a little bit of secondary shadow on the edges. So that's another thing to consider with those. But the main thing is, yeah, if you're trying to pick the tone for the shadow and it doesn't look right, it might just be that you've gone too far away from the original. And choose something closer to it. I appreciate if you're doing physical artwork, that's probably a little bit harder to do. But yeah, if, like I say, if you're going down the slider, just make sure you're not going too far from the slider. Kind of, if it feels like too much, go with like a half or a third. And then the other thing you have to think about as well is actually what you're looking at, the material that you're looking at. So this guy's kind of good. This guy's kind of good for a light and shadow study. The only problem is he's a cartoon, so it's slightly different because it's a cartoon. But ignoring that he's a cartoon right now, Some of the things that you need to think about with this guy is he's going to have a lot of soft and hard shadows. Because he's covered in a robe. The robe is material, so the robe is flowing. So that means the shadow is going to get deeper and lighter because the robe has got curves in it. While at the same time, there's also going to be areas where there's going to be very hard shadow. So just to show it's a different area. Like, so for instance, if we just said that this was, so like this area, well, because it's because it's got like a hard corner, it's like it's going to have hard and light shadow. So you choose different areas. So this area, it's going to be quite easy to differentiate between. And the same, it's going to be on this side. It's like the shadows, and unless you're starting to work with secondary light sources, if you're dealing with a single light source, then that shape is just a very hard thing. Now I appreciate in the middle of it there is a cylinder. Ignore the cylinder for now. But like this guy's gonna think so. But anyway, so the idea is that you think of the material that the shadow is hitting, and you've got very hard corners there. Whereas here, this material, we've got a light source coming from this direction. So this one, light source is coming from this direction. Easy to differentiate where the light and shadow is. Here, this material is flowing and in a curve. So we'll choose a slightly... So what we'll do is we'll start off... And then I'm actually going to blend that in a bit. Because it's a material that's on a curve. Metal curves, slightly different. Metal curves is a whole other thing. But because it's going into an even deeper curve that then comes out of a curve, so you're probably going to have this bit of shadow going here. But there's kind of a well. I'm going to refer to it as a well right now. So what you probably want to do there is you got the start of the shadow here, you got the end of the shadow here. In the middle, it's probably going to be a little bit darker still. But again, we're not doing loads. We're not doing loads because this is in an open environment. And so you're probably going to want to use several tones, especially with a material curve, because you also need to think about how it's going to bounce light off it. This material, the fabric of his hood, is just going to, for the most part, is just going to absorb the light. It's not going to reflect light. Whereas if you were on this metal here, on this metal, for the sake of argument, this is just going to be the same colour. So we'll do this. Light's still coming from this direction. So if it's still coming from this direction, the shadow is going to be on the back. But what you also have to think about is this light that's coming down here is going through here, hitting this stuff, and then because it's metallic, because it's shiny metal, it's going to bounce up here as well. So you need to make sure that the underside, because that's going to be getting light from there. That might vary between certain metals, because you can get metals that are painted matte, but that's when you're dealing with a paint rather than the metal. If it's just bare metal, it's gonna reflect more light than fabric's going to. So I mean, when you're doing like art stuff, certainly if you're doing digital, take full advantage of the fact that you can just delete delete stuff. You know, like if you're really unsure, if you're unsure where your arrows are going and stuff, then just chuck, where your light's going, just chuck a light in. Even, you know, like you'll see some people will be like, oh, this is my light source. There we go. We've drawn a lamp, so we know exactly where the light is going. You know, and some people will want to do that so they see where it hits. However it works. But yeah, in terms of the tones, I think the biggest mistake I make, I'm going to say used to make, but I think I should probably say I make, is just leaping too far across the color palette of the like for this triangle, like, you know, leaping all around here. You never want to do that leap. That leap is too much. Just try and just do little increments and, you know, and see how it works. And then, but that's a whole thing, because the other thing as well you have to consider is have I got another example of light and shadow that explains what I'm trying to explain? Probably not. Probably not. Also try to think about like, so when I was saying here, like the light and shadow is going to be quite increment. It's going to be not, you know, it's not going to be a heavy shadow here, but you might have quite a heavy shadow right in this corner. Right in this corner you might, because there's not much light. What can I give you as an example? Because like some of the other stuff you got to think about when you're doing light and shadow. Oh my god, now it got me drawing a cube. It's going to go terrible. Okay, again, we're dealing with a solid object. So in this example, so in terms of it's got, you know, it's got hard corners on it, so it's easier to see where the light and shadow is coming from. So you want to think about your light source. Light sources, and then, you know, light source coming in like that. But what you also need to think about is how confined is this thing? Like, is it in a big room? Because if it's in a big room, is the rest of the room dark? Or is this the only thing that's illuminating it? And also, is it, you know, it might be, so like, it's like in terms of when you're thinking of the shadow. We've also put the light quite close. So when you're thinking of the shadow that it's casting, but at the moment we've got a single light source which is very close to it. If we take like in terms of when I was talking about, like, so this at the moment, if we were to make this a curve, we'd probably start using quite a lot of soft light, because at the moment this room seems quite bright. if we make this room pitch black, we're going to make the room pitch black. Nearly, because I need to be able to actually see what I'm doing. And then if we take this light source, let's move the light source back. Let's make it smaller. Let's make it smaller, and let's make it a spotlight. So you know when you've got like a torch that's got a bit on the front, so it's not got any extra light coming off anywhere else. The light's being directed in a particular way. You know, you'll have some. We'll put some blinkers on like this, just so you can see it's a spotlight that has to go directly this way. So the reason why I'm doing this is so this cannot be illuminating any of the rest of the room. And this is kind of where what I was saying to you before is going to kind of go out the window. So if you imagine this was super dark, in terms of like the artwork you might want to be doing, so you might have an incredibly dark room, and in that scenario, if it's only illuminating that cube, you're going to end up with something a bit more like that. I mean, to be fair, you're probably going to end up with, there will be some slight spillage of light off the edges. That's about there. That's about, you know, so you might see a little bit of spillage off the edges. But for the most part, you might start liking something like that. Now, and also, sorry, the other bit that should be super obvious is you can see the light source. But it's coming out of a spotlight, so you're not seeing it as... So if that's illuminating that like that. But one of the other things that will happen with this is because there is no light from anywhere else, this is another one of these opportunities where you end up because there's no other light, it kind of makes this light stronger in terms of for the purposes of doing art. So what you'll end up having is you'll start with that. Start with light, start with lighter. You get a twinge. Get a twinge kind of going on. It's only going to be very slight though, but it will impact because a lot of the time when you're doing shadows and highlights, it's of the colour that it's on. But when you're in a really strong light source with nothing else to impact it from all over here, you can end up with kind of like doing something like that where you've got to think about where the light's coming from, not just what it's landing on. I don't know if any of that made sense. I don't know if any of that made sense. It made sense to me, but that's just kind of how it is in my brain, is you kind of have to think about how strong, because there's no other lights to interact with it. It can only work off what this is coming from, which makes this like we've all been in a dark room, and then the lights get turned on. Oh, sorry, a small light gets turned on. Like, it seems so much brighter than when all the other lights are on. But yeah, that's kind of all I really know about light and shadow. But yeah, in terms of the color picker, the only thing I can really suggest, coming back to the color picker thing from right at the beginning, is if it's looking weird, it's probably because you've jumped too far. And don't be concerned about, you know, doing it in increments. And also as well, when you're doing shadows, make sure to zoom out. Because sometimes you could be like here going, yeah, this looks great. And then you zoom out here and you go, oh, that doesn't work with everything else. And sorry, Lemon, you were saying, do you have any tips for drawing in general? Feel like your art isn't good? I mean, that's a really broad... That's a really broad question. Just the whole of art. Also, remember, I'm not a professional. I'm not a professional person for professional times. I think, and this is going to be a really weird thing based on the conversation we were having before, but I think a lot of art is deciding what you want your art to be. And once you decided what you want your art to be, that's the point where you can start improving it, or not improving it. The classic thing with art is generally, if you like drawing, if you like painting, if you like doing anything, any hobby in the world, if you like it, you most likely like seeing other people's version of it. You know, it's often certainly the case with like drawing and painting and stuff. You see someone else doing this thing and you kind of go, hey, I want to do that. And when you go, I want to do that, you kind of go in with the intention of, I want to be able to do that the way that person does that. And then one of two things is going to happen. You're either going to focus on learning how they did, and then eventually you can do what they do, or you'll start doing artwork and you'll start realizing that you don't necessarily care whether your artwork looks like theirs. You're just kind of happy with how yours looks as it is, and you like the process of making art. So in terms of tips for doing artwork, I think my first tip would be work out what you want your art to be. Do you want it to be in a similar style to someone else? Because if you want it to be in a similar style to someone else, then you need to go and figure out how they learn. And that will give you the tips for improving your art, because you'll be able to see how they figured it out. If you're not really trying to, you know, mimic a specific person, or you know, if you're just trying to like take inspiration, just study their pictures, study their artwork, take it apart, like, if you're... Take the pin-up. Okay, take the pin-up I was doing, that I showed earlier on. If you want to... Let's grab a photo. Let's grab a photo. If you want to get better at art, you need to be prepared to like study what you've already done. Let's find... Let's grab that. So say for instance you want to try and get better at drawing. You want to get better at drawing, you want to get better at drawing faces. Go study faces. But go study faces, do it from the point of view of, am I trying to figure out faces based on what art style I find? Because some people absolutely despise sketching. People don't, there are people who don't enjoy sketching. So if I'm trying to learn how to figure out this face, if I could grab the face, come over here, mate. There you go. Thank you. What a handsome bastard. So if I want to work out, and I'm kind of like here going, oh, do you know what? I'm here, I'm drawing faces, but, and then his nose is there. So you might want to use references, but as you use references, you might be like, I'm not, even though I've got a reference there, I'm not sure. This doesn't really feel like I'm kind of capturing it, because let's be brutally honest, like my sketch is not as beautiful as that man in that photo. That man in that photo is way more beautiful than my sketch. So I'm not doing him justice. But I might start off by doing sketches. And I might do a whole bunch of these. Oh, look at that. What's going on with that hair? Well, there we go. There's hair. There. So I might do that. I might start doing another one of these, and I might be like a little bit... I might do it without the references. The reference might not be there. I might be like, okay... I mean, I know roughly what he looked like. In fact, we'll get rid of that one as well. Oh, I can't get rid of that one because I put it there. Tell you what, we'll do another layer. We're going to draw that face in there, and we're going to do that. And then I think his hair was a little bit lower on it. It wasn't quite as big as that. And then he had a beard. Going on. Right. And so you might be doing all these sketches and you keep going. These sketches are a bit off. They're not quite right. These sketches aren't right. You want to, like, one really easy way is literally to go and go, hey, let's, now no one swoon. Don't swoon. Calm down. It's a completely average male. Whatever you might be thinking, completely normal human being. It's not an angel. Get your digital stuff out. And go, okay, I need to work out why my sketches aren't quite working out. And literally just dissect the piece. And kind of go, okay, well the eyes are going across there. The mouth is going across there. Top of the head is there because you account for the hair. And then, so that's a third. So the chin must be about there. And then I can kind of see what's going on here. And then we know that's gonna, and there's got to be a jawline there. It's just hidden by such a magnificent mane of a beard. And then you can start going, okay, so I can figure it. And so you can, this is a study. This is a study. If you just start working out and just get some basic lines and take photos apart, do it at buildings, take buildings apart, take people apart, take in pictures before someone gets the wrong idea. Take people apart in pictures. Like, start going, okay, where's the shapes? We can see the shapes there. We know there's a mouth going on there. We know he's got a great moustache coming down that way, hasn't he? There's a great moustache coming out there. And we know there's a bit of a hairline happening there. And we got the hair that comes up to about there. Head. And then the ears. Ears there. Okay. Now I'm going to take that away. Now what's important here is like we can see, because sometimes when you look at a sketch, and this happens a lot when you're sketching things like hands. Hands, bane of everyone's existence. It's the bane of humans' existence. It's the bane of AI's existence. It's the bane of everyone's existence. Just hands. This is why we hide them. This is why you don't see them on camera with me, because we want to hide hands. But when you sketch hands, they look fucking weird. They don't look like... I could trace my hand. I could trace around my hand and draw my hand. It would not look like a hand. It would look wrong. And so sometimes with sketches, it's important to do kind of like studies. It's important to do studies and kind of go, well, how off was I? I brought this over. How far off was my free hand? And we'll find some points to line up with. And then we can look at this and kind of go, okay. Okay, so I had the eyes, the eyes weren't too far off where I wanted them. The eyebrows were about in the right spot. The ears might have been a little bit high. The hair was a bit high, but not much. The beard probably needed to come out a bit more. And so doing stuff like that. So if you want to try and if you want to improve doing art things, take photos apart. So when people talk about doing studies, they're talking about doing stuff like that. Like literally finding something that exists and then dissecting it so that you can understand. What's important as well is kind of to do it in a way that makes sense. Do it in a way that makes sense to you. So you can watch loads of tutorials. You can watch all kinds of tutorials. Like someone, if we come back over to, have I got it open? Oh, I've not got it open, have I? But I was talking quite a bit last week about the 8-head method for measuring out people. Where I'm kind of you got to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so I was like, this is how you measure out the height of the person. And so I can go through and I can explain to you about, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's where the top of the legs are. This is where the top of the chest is. Then you got the head here. And that's all fine. But if you don't learn, you might not learn from me just kind of going, hey, draw 8 heads. Draw 8 heads. What you might want to do instead is grab... Got a picture of me. We got a fully high. I don't really want to grab pictures of other people. I always feel a bit weird when I start bringing in pictures of other people. Got a picture of me, full. I'll tell you what. I think I do know where there is one. Let's go. Copy image. The 8-head method might make no sense to you. So use something that you know how to compare it to. So if you've got a picture of yourself. Let's go over here. So that 8-head method might not mean anything. Watch this not work now. Watch this not work. But if I was trying to understand the 8-head method, I'd be like, okay, well the guy's head is about that big. So 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm also a short arse as well, so I really should be doing 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I've gone off the screen. Unfortunately, you don't get to see my feet in this photo. I apologise. I know some people would probably be keen, but there's no pictures of my feet in this one. But again, so like doing studies of dissecting things so you understand how to lay out the body. Because also one of the problems with the 8 head method is also kind of understanding, say, like how far out you're meant to come, because you can see my shoulders there, which is only kind of like half a box. Kind of like half a box. It's not really a full box. So what you start to realize is the 8 head method. Oh my god, give me the thing. Give me the thing. Give me the thing. It's actually more like it's more like that. Now I'm not expecting you to take in the 8 head method now, because I'm not explaining it in full. But my point is like I know how to draw people based on like 8 heads. But when we start doing the study, we realise that you're actually about 2 heads wide as well. And so, but this only works if you start comparing it against like pictures. So if you're struggling with art, draw something and then try and break it down. And again, like what else? I mean, even if we're not using pictures, let's take... essentially what I'm trying to say is be prepared to dissect something to understand it. What's a good example? In fact, what we've been doing today, what I was doing today is a good example of what I'm trying to explain. So, where is it? Saltness. Like if you're unhappy with how your artwork is, I would say take the time, which is what we did this morning, to sit down, start off with this guy here, start off with this boy right here, and kind of go, how do I turn him? At the moment, he makes no sense. And so what I was doing this morning was I was kind of like, well, because I need to get his legs in, his legs need to be in this image somehow. Like, where the hell is his knee? Where the hell is his knee? But then if his knee, if his legs are this big, where's his waist going? Where's his belly going? Where's his chest going? I'm up to his nose. And this is, and I've not even got to the shoulders. Where there's no room for the head. So I was kind of like, I like how these guys look. And so this comes back to my original point. What are you trying to achieve with your art? I like how this guy looks. I don't dislike how this guy looks. Like, just as an image, this Gnome Ranger, I think is fine. I'm happy with how he looks. The reason why I want to change him is because I need him for a different purpose. I need him for a different purpose. So in terms of right now, just as that static image, great. Really happy. He's one of my favourite gnomes that I've ever drawn out of anything. But if I want to start to draw him in different positions, I need to understand how he's made up. And all of a sudden, I get to this point where I'm kind of like, well, that obviously doesn't fit in there. So if I'm trying to make him fit together, then let's say his chin's there. We've already said that these gnomes don't really have a neck. So his shoulder's coming out to there. So if his shoulder's there, that means his chest is probably going to come down to here. Okay, so we can work that out. I'm kind of cool with that. Then we got the bottom half of his body, but then I've still got this problem of that's all we've got left for legs. Which then if I put a knee joint in them, And so again, if I want to try and animate these guys and draw them in different positions, I'm kind of like, I'm going to have to redesign him. I'm going to have to redesign him, because while I'm happy with him like that as a piece of artwork, I was really happy with. Cool. But to do different things with him, to have him in different positions, I'm going to have to work out this guy. I'm going to have to work out this guy that's got a bit more movement in his limbs. Like he's got limbs. not just that he's got movement in his limbs, but he has limbs. That's kind of, that's the important part there. So I can give him, I know where his waist is. I know where his chest, top of his stomach is. He's still a fantasy character. He doesn't still necessarily fit together in terms of if he was in the real world. But I know I've got these parts of articulation that I can work with while still keeping the basic shape. Of what the gnome was. But I've given myself a bit more ways for movement. I can actually make it look like he would be capable of running. Capable of climbing. So it kind of comes back to the original part of this tangent that I've gone on. I'm well aware this is a complete tangent. But it's trying to answer the question is a bit more complicated than that. What do you want to achieve from your art? What is the goal of the art? Because until you know what you want to do with the art, you can't really decide where you're going. Now, that doesn't mean never do art. That does not mean never do art. If anything, that means do more art so that you can work out what you're trying to do. Because as you do art, and this goes for this goes for any kind of creative endeavor. The more you do, the more you will work out what you're comfortable with. And what gives you joy? Like, what do you enjoy doing in artwork? And once you understand what you can do, what's gonna give you the joy, what's gonna give you the end result you want, you can only work that out by just doing lots of art. Once you've worked out what you want to do, try and do that. And if it's not working, dissect what you've done against what you want to do. Like, put them side by side and go, this is what I did, but this is what I want. What do I have to do? Take them down to their basics to work out why this doesn't work for this. And that is effectively what we did at the start of today's stream, was me dissecting the gnomes to try and work out how I could make them work better. And I've had to make some compromises. The gnome's head here is huge. It takes up like half his body. I've had to make the gnome's head take up more like a third of the whole thing now. And I've tried to push it a little bit, but it's closer to a third, whereas here it was about half. And that just doesn't work. That just doesn't work for what I want to do with it. So yeah, I don't know. Everyone might be asleep now. Yeah, I might have put you all to bed. But in terms of how do you get better at art, you need to work out what you want to do with art. And then you can kind of go from there. Yeah, I don't know if that made any sense. Hello! Hello, it's me. I'm from the internet. I waffle. Yeah. Jay, hopefully after enough references you can make your own characters' designs. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, this is... Like, when I was showing before... When I was doing this before, like, if I only practiced someone with a beard, I'd only ever be able to do better. As I said, the reason why I'm using pictures of me is just because sometimes it can be a little bit uncomfortable bringing on pictures of other people, because I almost feel bad that I'm dissecting pictures of other people. But yeah, if I only ever practiced off this image, I'd only be drawing people with beards. I'd never get good at drawing anything than people with beards. Trying to practice lots of different things can help you in drawing other stuff, because you build up that memory, you build up that memory bank up here of what you can draw, what you can't draw, why you can't draw it. The reason why it can be good if you're trying to learn how to draw something. So for instance, if I'm trying to learn how to draw a person, the thing that's good about trying to learn how to draw yourself is you see your face every day. You see your face every day. You see it, you know, unless you actively go and avoid mirrors, or maybe you're a vampire. I don't know. I mean, if you're a vampire, it's a lot harder. But if you practice drawing yourself, it's going to be way easier for you to spot what's wrong, what's off, because you unknowingly you're very accustomed to what your face looks like. It's kind of like it's a subconscious thing. Subconsciously, you know what you look like, and so if you start by practicing drawing yourself, you'll know what's from there, and then you'll start getting into the methodologies that will help you to draw other people. Something that I said way earlier in the stream about when I was talking about drawing pinups. One of the things that fascinates me about drawing pinups is you have to be really good. You have to get really good at drawing people to be able to draw pinups, because your audience sees people every day. And so even though they might not be able to tell you what's wrong, people will see you drawing a person and they'll be like, something's not right with that. Something's off. They won't be able to tell you, but subconsciously they see people every day. So part of the thing that fascinates me about drawing people is if you can get good at drawing people, I almost feel like you can kind of draw pretty much anything if you can draw people well. Because it gets methodologies going on in your brains to the point where it becomes like muscle memory to be able to learn how to learn other things. Thumbs, you don't own a mirror and you're allergic to selfies. You've not seen your face in one. There's only one solution, Thumbs. There's only one solution. You're gonna have to get your arse in gear. You've been saying for ages you want to stream. You need to get back into streaming, mate. That's what you need to do. That's what you need to do, Thumbs. That's the only way. And then we can tell you what you look like. And you can do all these self-portraits and we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out from there. Oh dear. And sorry, Kitty, you were saying back from PKMN Presents. Now you can't wait for October. Wait, what's PKMN? What is this? What is this? What is this that you can't wait for? Yana, you gotta go get some groceries. Enjoy getting groceries. Oh, Pokemon. Oh, is something new coming out for Pokemon? Is there new Pokemon stuff happening? I haven't followed Pokemon since... Oh, I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. Alright, I've lost it. I have my Pokemon Blue somewhere. I haven't really followed Pokemon since Pokemon Blue. That's how out of touch I am with Pokemon. I used to love Pokemon Blue. Thumb starts streaming so the internet can tell you what you look like. Yeah, oh, that'd be weird, wouldn't it? People just telling you what you look like, and you're like, and then just tell them, just say to them, you're like, I don't even watch my stream. I don't even know if the camera's pointed right. I don't watch my stream. I can only see the comments. How many people? It'd almost be like a social experiment. How many people do you think would be nice, and how many people do you think would be nasty? Tell me what I look like and I'll draw it. Yeah. Yeah, I have to draw based on the way chat is telling me to move the pencil. That'd be a hell of a thing. And also, just kind of, I feel like we could probably talk about that kind of thing all day. Like, I feel like that the topic of how to improve at art and what art should you draw, I feel like that could be an absolutely never-ending topic. The other bit I would say, in terms of like the improving and the dissecting things to understand where you've gone wrong, importantly, like, comparing it and whatnot. Kind of coming back to the shadow question as well, is study shadows. Study light and shadow. I think my stuff, a lot of my light and shadow, I think, is heavily impacted by animation. So kind of like coming back to something I think we talked about last week, was like a lot of anime that I've watched over my life has been like really old school anime, and the way they do light and shadow, and also based on materials. This is why kind of like I think I make such a point about understanding the material that you're doing the light and shadow for. Like, if you go and watch anime from the 80s and 90s, that is like a masterclass. I think that is a masterclass in light and shadow, across a variety of materials. One of the things I love about Instagram, every now and then, Instagram will send me like clips of 80s and 90s anime, just the mechanical stuff. I love it. I love seeing the mechanical stuff. But one of the things that I always take away is like, this is where I started getting my light and shadow stuff from. And then the other part of my light and shadow stuff comes from Warhammer 40k. Because I just love looking at that kind of artwork. But yeah, in terms of light and shadow, I think animation's good for seeing light and shadow, because it's animated. You end up seeing a lot of different variations of like how light moves across an object. And I think sometimes that can be super beneficial beyond looking at a still image. Even though you're most likely going to be drawing still images, I think looking at that kind of stuff can be really beneficial, because it gives you essentially gives you lots of variations of how light and shadow works. But yeah, sorry. Anyway, I think I've waffled a lot now. I've waffled a lot now. I'll shut up. Yokai over on the YouTubes. Hello, Mecha Robot Guy. Yeah, pretty much Mecha Robot Guy. He is an Adeptus Mechanicus priest from Warhammer 40k, except done in the style of a gnome, because at the time that made sense. What time are we on? Okay, we still got time. We've still got time. I need to wrap up about 4 o'clock today. I'm gonna cook. I'm gonna do some cooking tonight. So, and as far as I'm aware, I'm over with Rook's stream tonight. So we'll be finishing up about 4, but that's still like about another hour and 20 minutes. So we'll see how far we get with this. Sponsor question asked a long time ago, was it Gate or Gate? Are we talking about the anime? There was I think we confirmed it, didn't we? I think we confirmed it was called Gate. It was a military, well, part of the anime was military orientated. About basically there were portals, which it was interesting because it kind of was very similar to a story that I'd been writing myself, in some regard, because it was about portals being opened from a fantasy land, and then the fantasy land kind of got bodied because they opened a portal to our world and they thought they were the hardest, and then we had tanks, and they didn't know what to do with that. I think you said it was Gate. I think we googled it. I think we worked it out at the time. But I think part of my concern with it was, though, with Gate, was I'd seen comments that it kind of went a bit it wasn't necessarily as military orientated as I hoped it was. I think I think I'd seen some people say it was a bit. I don't know what the right term is, but it was basically more focused on the females in the show. I think I'd seen comments to that regard rather than it being necessarily about the military, which is what I'd hoped it was. But there's only a portal in the first episode. I mean, there might be. I've not watched it. I've not watched it. I've only seen like clips on like YouTube Shorts. So there might only be a portal in one episode. It's one. Were you trying to get? I'm not sure what you're trying to say, sponsor. I'll Google it. Gate anime. I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. I think Gate is the one I'm thinking of. Okay, no, can't watch that. Yeah, I think it's just called Gate. Like, I can see, like, tanks fighting dragons and Apaches, or rather Cobras, not Apaches. Iceman, hello Iceman, welcome in. Oh, it says what software? I'm using Krita. Krita. It's a free software. It does a lot of what things like Photoshop and Clip Studio Paint do. Doesn't do everything they do, but being it's free, I'm kind of happy with it for now. I'm gonna give it a shot. Yeah, and I say it's free, so see if it works. See if it's something you're happy with. you seen the Illustrator demo they did where AI made the image rotatable? Maybe. Was that like was that a couple of months back? I think I did see that. Using a stylus for a mouse. I am using a stylus. Well, yeah, I'm using a stylus. I use mouse a little bit as well, though mostly I use mouse for just like zooming and moving the image around. But in terms of the actual like drawing and coloring bit, then yeah, it's the stylus. To a certain degree, I kind of miss. I miss to a certain degree using mouse for making artwork. I say miss as though I can't do it anymore. I can still, you know. I used to love using Microsoft Paint. I used to do loads of stuff in Microsoft Paint, and so just used to use mouse. I might do a Microsoft Paint stream at some point. See what we can end up with. Yes, I did see that. I did see that one with the warrior and the dragon. Yeah. Yeah, the Windows 11 version. I've used it every now and then. Like, say, if I'm just like watching a movie or something, I will load up Microsoft Paint. So I still will go back to it every now and then, just not loads. In fact, what I will often do with Microsoft Paint nowadays, I use it to identify colours, because I don't see colours very well. And so sometimes I will take a colour, I will put it in Microsoft Paint, because Microsoft Paint will actually give you a text response as to what that colour is. And sometimes I will find that really useful. So even when I'm not using, even if I'm not using it for art, I will still use Microsoft Paint. Mind blown with the dragon. Yeah, it's very impressive. Yeah. No, do not. Sponsor your country is trying to boycott Windows. All right. That must be a tricky thing to do. Does the bottom say not commission? No, commercial. Not for commercial reproduction. I'm thinking I might wrap up a smidgen earlier today. I might wrap up in about 20 minutes. Just my hand is not painful, but it's starting to ache. So I'll probably finish in about 20 minutes. So finish on the half hour. It's definitely something. It's definitely something about doing the however I used to draw things. So obviously this is in the style of something I used to do. Like it doesn't seem to impact as much nowadays in terms of like getting problems with the hand and the wrist. And I don't know whether I have changed significantly enough the way I do artwork that it's not as much pressure or repetition. But these gnomes, just like doing these gnomes today, I've kind of gone back. I've kind of like been able to feel it through most of the day. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that, you know, trying to adjust back to doing these. Maybe this leans itself even more into I need to change the way the gnomes look. Change the style of the gnomes so that I don't fuck up my hands as much. But anyway, yeah, we'll finish in the near future. For those that just enjoy the sound of my wafflings and ramblings and all those kind of things, I'll be over on Rook's stream later on. I believe we're doing some more Sengoku Dynasty today. And then in terms of my own streams, I'll be back on Thursday. Where at the moment the plan for Thursday is to do streams all day. Streams all day, not streams all day. Art all day. The plan is to do another one of today. Just try and get through as much art as possible. Because I haven't got any specific game plans right now. Though that might be about to change, and I'm just going to go and check now because an email came in. An email came in. And I'm curious what it is. So, sorry, I'm just having to read the email before I say anything out loud. Just in case I say anything out loud that I'm not supposed to say. So give me 1 second. We might have a game for Friday. Thought so. Yeah. Do you know what? I don't know if that's real. I don't know if that's real. Something's giving me a, the hairs on the back of your neck. Just the way some of it's been worded. Essentially, it's supposed to be a key. I say it's supposed to be. If I know, I'm going to leave it as it's supposed to be because I don't know. A key for End Zone 2. A key for End Zone 2. Yeah, I don't think this is... I don't know if I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Never mind. I don't know if I'm convinced. It's kind of a weird email. There's elements of the email that don't sit well. Forget that. We might not have a game for Friday because I can't really decide whether that email's real or not. But it was for End Zone 2. If anyone else has had an email about End Zone 2 and you ended up with a key, let me know. So I know whether the email's real. What was I saying before that? Oh yeah, I was saying so yeah, Thursday art all day, and then Friday, I don't know what we're doing with Friday yet. Friday might be a full day artwork. If I don't think of a game. We shall see. We shall see how it goes. I gave, because I've not played it in ages, I gave 7 Days to Die a bit of a go offline. It's really suffering from kind of, well, do you know what? I actually feel, I think I understand why people aren't very happy with the latest updates to the game. Because I logged in, started a fresh map because it's been so long I can't use my saves. So I had to start a new map, which is not a problem. That's not like a, that just is what it is. But I logged in, and you do all the beginning bits that you got to do, and then I was like, I know where I want to build a base, because I decided to, because I'm sure they said something about they'd updated Navezgane, which is like their original map. They'd said something about they'd updated Navezgane, so I was like, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go do a nice easy-ish playthrough on Navezgane. And I know exactly where I want to build a base, so let's go and do that. But then I was introduced to the new weather system, which means I can't build a new base where I want to, because it's in one of the zones that isn't the starting zone. And so yeah, you can't go into the like, essentially the like a big change they've made to the game is you have to like do quests to be able to go into the other zones, which really slows down the game, like massively. And so I was like, oh, okay, I'll do this. Sure, I'll do this. It's just kind of a pain in the ass. It's just a pain in the ass. I don't even know if I really I can't, let's say I really enjoy the fact that I'm restricted in where I can go. I don't know how I feel about it yet. I've not necessarily written it off, because like I've had a reasonable amount of hours in that game, so I'm not like ready to just write it off yet. But I think I understand why some people are not super enamored by the weather system update. You gotta like start making like types of drinks or something to be able to go, and you've also got to make certain types of armor to go into the different zones. I think I understand what they're going for. I don't think I've seen anyone like happy with what they've done. So yeah, so I was playing that a bit offline. I don't think I'll stream it. I don't think there's not enough difference to like the game for me to go, yeah, this is definitely something we need to stream right now. And I'm also not sure. I'm not sure whether they have or haven't altered the difficulty levels. Maybe not the difficulty levels, but the amount of zombies that spawn. Because I used to play that game on Warrior, which is not the hardest difficulty. I can't remember exactly how the difficulty is laid out. But I used to play it on Warrior. And because I just wanted to have a bit of a look at the game again, I knocked it down a difficulty level. And then there was at one point when I was building my base, a horde came. And it wasn't a horde night. It wasn't a horde night, so it was just a horde that turned up. With two screamers. Two screamers turned up. And they summoned a horde. And I ended up just on like day 4 fighting. I think in the end it was about I think it was 32. I think it was 32 zombies in the end. Like I ran out of arrows. I remember that. And yeah, just the whole time that fight was going on, I was like, this is a lot more zombie, because like I'd left the standard spawn rate on, so it was only meant to be, I think it was 8 in a horde on the standard spawn rate. But yeah, there was like, I mean, I think it was 30. It might have even been more than 32, but I'm pretty sure it was about 32. And yeah, there just seems to be a lot more zombies in it, which, as I say, considering I'd knocked the difficulty level down just to have a bit of a see what's different in the game, I was like, oh, that's a hell of a thing. I now would like to confirm I did live. I survived, obviously, but yeah, it was a bit of a surprise. I was kind of like, oh, okay. You've got the game, but never got around to playing it. I mean, if you've never got around to playing 7 Days to Die, I would leave it a little bit longer. I would leave it a little bit longer, because in theory, we're super close. We're super close to everything being released. Like I've put a decent enough amount of hours into 7 Days to Die over the years. And the game is very different. I say the game is very different. The game is different to when I first started playing it. But I think one of the biggest problems with it, and I think I've said it before, is I think one of the biggest problems I have with 7 Days to Die is I've played it so much now that the updates, unfortunately, the updates are often just balancing updates rather than content updates. And so there's not been any new content in 7 Days for a long time. Like I think we're on Alpha 22 now. Or Update 22, because I don't think they're calling them Alphas anymore. I think we're on Update 22 now. And I stopped playing the game, I think it was Alpha 19. And there was just no more content. And just since then, I logged in. When I logged in last night to have a little bit of a mess around, there still wasn't really any new content. It was just they changed some of the mechanics of the game. It's a bit of a weird one. Like one of the things they've always not been great at, always, is they will see, like there's always been this thing of they'll see how someone plays the game and they'll patch it out. Even if people are having fun, even if people are enjoying the game, they'll see how people are playing the game and they'll patch it out. And that's been a bit of a bone of contention with a lot of people for a long time, because they're kind of like, it's a single player game, you know, like it has the option for multiplayer, but ultimately it's a single player game. And it's not like people were cheating. It's not, you know, it's not like people are cheating and somehow going, hey, I survived past day 7, you know, which, you know, obviously because it's called 7 Days to Die. But yeah, there's a lot of like, you're not playing the way the developers want you to play, so we're going to remove it entirely. Which they've kind of killed their player base, really, because over time they really have killed their player base, because there's been so much, you're not playing the way we want you to play, even though people are having fun. And I'd say it's single player. So what do you care if people are having fun? Why do you care if they're not playing the way you want them to play? You know, you can carry on playing the way you want to play. And so they've just slowly but surely removed different avenues of play style again and again and again, which is not great. Not great. They are definitely, it's a shame. It's a shame, it really is. While also being consistent in not delivering new content, which is a shame. And ultimately, I think at this stage, I think they've actually just got bored. I think they've got bored of the game. Like, they've been developing it for something ridiculous. I can't remember whether it's 14 or 18 years. Like, they've been working on the game for a very long time, and especially for it not to be finished. And it's not like it's not made money, because they went from, I think there's 3 or 4 of them originally, 3 or 4 devs originally, and they have like a team. They have a team of devs now, and they still can't get the game finished. But
That said, if you own the game, I would hold off for a bit longer. And I think there's when they bring out their bandit update, because at the moment you fight zombies and wild animals, but they're supposed to be adding in bandits. I think once the bandits are added in, you should pick it up and play it. It's also a great game to do as multiplayer. Like, it's so much fun as a multiplayer game. Like, you can have fun with it single player, but it's so much fun as a multiplayer game. You got 7 Days to Die, Zomboid, and a couple of others in a bundle. Oh, you got like some kind of like a zombie bundle or something. Seems like a dumb thing to do, but I guess they got your money. They have got your money. They have got your money, but you know, if they want to sell more copies, they kind of need the player base to be happy, so that they write positive reviews or make positive videos, so that more people buy the game. But yeah, so I tried to play it the weekend just in case it was going to be possibly another game I might pick up, but there's not really enough different to it. I would probably do a multiplayer of it, but as a single player, I don't necessarily see the value in streaming it at the moment. Like, the value in streaming it right now would come from multiplayer, not from single player. Just the content is very similar. And frustratingly slowed down by this whole new weather system, which is a bit of a weird one. Bit of a weird decision. Mr. Rook. Hello, Mr. Rook. How are you doing? Are we Sengokuing tonight? Is that what we're doing? Are we doing the Sengoku? You do believe that's the plan? Good. Good. Yes. Thumb's Steam database history goes back to 2014, so at least 11 years. It's definitely more than 11. It's definitely more than 11. Because it's a running joke. It's like a running joke on the development boards how long it's been going. I don't know then. Yeah, I don't know exactly how long. But I mean, one of the other things I'd say is, like, I think as a brand new player, I don't think you would be bothered by the new weather system, and this is part of why I say kind of wait. I kind of say wait so that you don't see how the game was, which sounds like a terrible thing. It's like, why would you recommend this game? Because I think the game will be great. I think the game will be great when it's finished. But I think it will only be great for new players who don't know what the game was before. So, like, if you were to play it now, I think you'd just be like, oh, I just can't go into this zone because I haven't done all the quests. Whereas, like, people who've been playing it for a long time are like, what do you mean I can't go where I want? I have to do quests now to be able to go to new zones. Whereas a new player, you'd just be like, this is the way the game works. This is cool. Squire, were you talking about 7 Days to Die when I showed up? Yes. I was saying I was playing it offline a bit to see if because I've not played it for a few updates. I was curious whether it was in a state where I might want to stream it, because at the moment I'm kind of struggling a little bit with what games to stream. And so I've experienced the new weather system a bit now. And I don't necessarily hate it. I don't necessarily hate the new weather system, but it's not... It just feels like it's another barrier. It's not adding story. And I think this is one of the problems with 7 Days to Die in general. 7 Days to Die is lacking in having a story. Like you get like 2 sentences of story right at the beginning, and then you're kind of like chomping at the bit to go, what does that mean? I want to know what the story is. Why am I here? Why do we exist? You're going to say it doesn't sound like a shining review. It's not really. Well, I mean, this is kind of thing. It's like this is what I'm saying. Kind of like a new player would probably be pretty happy with 7 Days to Die. And it's not that I really dislike the game. I just really do question what they're doing. Like, it's by no means as bad as like when Osiris Dawn just continually made their game worse and worse and worse over the years until eventually they cancelled it. In no way, shape or form is it like that. But it does feel like they put a lot of effort into removing features that people are enjoying. Sponsor, is this 40k gnome? Yeah, this is a Mechanicus gnome. Because I was a whole bunch of stuff that I thought was on my Kofi shop isn't, and I thought it had been there for at least 6 months, if not a year, and I just completely forgot that it wasn't all there. So yeah. It always blows your mind. Well, as I say, it's a lot of time and effort goes into removing stuff that in a single player game or a game you're playing with friends, it's not a competitive game, and they spend a lot of time removing stuff which doesn't really need to go. But then and the worst bit is the stuff that they spend time removing delays adding content. Reminds me a lot of what was going on with June? Content, please. But the important bit to take away from this is, if you haven't played 7 Days to Die yet, I think you'd have a great time. Like, I could still have I'll still enjoy playing 7 Days to Die. Like, don't get me wrong, I will still enjoy playing 7 Days to Die. I almost kind of lament for the old days. when it was a better game, and also for content, which we might see. We might see some by the end of the year, but I might have jinxed it now by saying that. Right, let's hit save on that. So, I am going to wrap up, because as I was saying, just hands are getting a bit achy. And I'd rather stop while they're a bit achy, rather than a bit painfully. So yeah, so we've made some progress on some things today. So we've done that gnome. We started working on the gnome Mark II. Gnome Mark II is on the way. And hopefully in proportions. That means I can put them into poses if I need to, because eventually I want it to be in poses like the peasant thing, which is not here now. Like, eventually I want to start doing things with the gnomes like there we go. I want to start doing things like this, to kind of like the gnomes with different equipment and outfits, because I want to do this for all the races. So I want to start doing things like that. And we need to come back to this, because I want to finish this off and flesh this out. But I needed to work out exactly kind of what shape I want the gnomes to be going forward, so that they can fit into this world a bit more. So good progress. Good progress. Deary me. Deary me. Right. Yawny. I'm not saying that. We don't need to. I just need to stop. Just need to stop doing arty bits. I don't necessarily need to stop the stream right now. I'd say we could talk more, but I think I've driven a lot of people away. I think I've driven a lot of people away with my extended monologues. Today, we've had very in-depth questions. Well, I mean, they were questions. I don't know if they wanted them to be as in-depth in their answers. But yeah. Oh, ow. There we go. So I'll tell you what, we'll ping over here for a sec. What else? What else is there before we wrap up today? There's we said before, but just to say again, in about just over 3 hours, we'll be off doing Sengoku Dynasty over on Mr. Rook's channel. We'll be doing that. Then Thursday we'll do more artwork stuff. Friday might be artwork, unless I figure out a game. We'll have to see how that goes. But at the moment, it's not going anywhere. What else is there? What else? Oh yeah, next month, seeing way into the future, far into the future. Ooh. We will be. It's the Twitch's stream anniversary. I don't know what I'm doing for that yet. I'll figure something out. 24-hour streams aren't really an option where I am right now still, which is what it is. So I don't know. I might try and work out some extra streams. And also the other reason why I want to mention it is because what I do need to start using, I might try and plan. Because I get to put discounts on the channel. Where are they? I get to do discount promotions on subs, so I will definitely do one for the affiliate anniversary thing. I get to do like 35% off. I get to do a total of 70 hours, and I get to do it 7 times in the year. I probably won't do it 7 times in the year, but what I might do is I might do longer periods. So I'll definitely plan for that. It feels a bit weird. It feels a bit weird to kind of like pre-plan it. But if anyone's thinking about gift subs in August, wait until we do one of these things. And then I'll probably do another largy discount around, I don't know, probably around my birthday or something. So I'd say I probably won't do 7 different times. I'll probably do longer times. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But I need to use those because they're there, and you know, people give subs every now and then. So save some pennies. What else can we say? What else is there to say? I don't know. I think that's the oh wait, hang on. Sponsor Squire in the Gnome Hood. Yes. Yep. Thumbs, how many years is it? I think it's, how many years has it been? Well, I apparently choke on air. Don't worry about that. Breathing is hard. Oh wait, because that says 2025, doesn't it? So is it 4 years? I thought it was 5 years. I thought it was 5 years. Or maybe it's 4 years. Hold on. I should be able to work it out somewhere. I'm sure I have it written down somewhere. Oh wait, hang on. My first stream, Twitch affiliate, 2021. Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's 4 years. I thought it was 5 years, but it's 4 years. There we go. Shows me as being tier 3 subbed for 48 months. Oh yeah, I could have checked there, couldn't I? Yeah, I have it on a notepad because my entire life is run by notepads. My entire life is run by notepads. So yeah. And I'm thinking, actually no, the other thing I'm thinking about I'm not going to talk about yet because I've not even figured it out in my own brain, so we won't speak of those words. But yeah, so I'll figure out something. Maybe I'll do some extra streams. I might try and do some longer streams. I'd say I can't do like 24-hour stuff because there's other people in the house, and that would just be, you know, not great for them. Maybe we can do some, maybe if we do some targets and we'll play some, we can always, I mean, we've always got the forfeit list of games, haven't we? That's always an option. A couple of 12-hour streams. Yeah, I could do 12-hour streams on consecutive days. It's just not quite the same, is it? I know, like, it's a way of doing it, but it's just not quite the same. But yeah, I might do like some weekend streams or something. When is the 21st, actually? When does the 21st fall in August? Does it fall on a weekend? Falls on a Thursday. It falls, do you know what? It falls on a Thursday when I'd be doing the streaming through the day and then be on Rooks in the evening. So doing a 12-hour stream wouldn't really make a difference. It'd kind of be the same anyway. I mean, I can actually shift the date, just so it coincides with things better. So I might do something like make the Saturday. I could just like make the Saturday like the actual anniversary day, and then combine it with these discounty things. But anyway, that's just a heads up. Next month, Twitch affiliate anniversary stuff. I'll figure something out. I don't know what it's going to be yet. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to talk about right now. I think that's everything. I think we're all gravy. All chips and gravy. I'd also like to try and tie kofi into it somehow as well. That's an even trickier thing. I don't know how to tie kofi into it, but yeah, cool. I'm waffling now. Even more so. I'm waffling because I'm waffling. Essentially, earlier on wasn't waffling. Earlier was answering questions. Now I'm waffling because there's no questions. So I'm going to bugger off. Back on Thursday, doing more of this stuff. Yeah. If you've been here, thank you very much. If you've been talking in chat, thank you even more. I have told you where I'll be. So whatever you choose to do with the rest of your day, I hope you have a fantastic time. And until I next see you, until then, ta-ta!